Marissa is the mod, we have nice mods too. Jamima gets the docs, don't you know? They're the ones yelling at Baker all day. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Making sure he hears what they say. Jamie leads with power every day. Marissa keeps the order, come what may. Jamima brings the files without delay. This strong team is here to stay. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Jamie, Marissa, Jamima, we have nice mods too. They're the ones yelling at Baker all day. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Jamie, Marissa, Jamima, we have nice mods too. Yeah!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, and what, if any, you might be. And welcome to day 2 in the Kelsey Fitzimons trial. Mo, I know Jemima put in the Ronkel video from yesterday. Did you watch it?
I watched it. I'm still having a hard time figuring out how all of this happened in like 2 square inches of space, and Tactical Archer Man didn't see any of it.
Yeah, but it's more because I'm trained in the Danish military, and we don't use sidearms. We have our rifle, and I had my LMG. That's what I was. But then when I moved into doing my fake valor time and I moved into the field hospital, we were issued sidearms because you should be able to protect. And we had to go out with the nurses and stuff like that and train because they need to be able to protect the patients. You're allowed to wear a Red Cross if you wear a sidearm and to protect your patients. But Ronkel was talking about how, and I'm going to use this paddle stick because you're not allowed to use anything that looks like anything. Just ask with the triple pew-pewer that got
Megan
struck yesterday. But he says the tap and slide. I was always told to keep it down and then you would grip it with your backhand and then you would pull it back, because then you hold with your strong arm and then you slide it back. So you have it down. Again, if you accidentally, it'll go into the ground. We don't do the keep it on target and everything. Choo-choo, pick, 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 choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo. And we back then, we used a really old gun called a Neuhausen. So, and that was long barrel because we don't use short barrels in the army because we need a little more distance to them. And a lot of the nurses have a big problem with sliding it all the way back because it's a pretty long slide. So I'm just thinking, 110-pound woman, why would you ever train her to keep it on the target? Yeah, but she will fuck up more times than if she's...
Yeah, you would want to do it. Also, it's still a force multiplier. It's still a weapon. You don't point it at something you don't want to destroy. I would think, ground.
No, but that's why you do it. You want to destroy what you are pointing it at. But I'm just saying, if you teach a woman who weighs 110 pounds to do this action, which fails because she has her arm extended and can't really brace against it, that why won't it? If you took it down and just slid it, the same time you would fuck up 3 times to get the rack. You can do it one time at the belt level, have it back on target, and start shooting. I don't think it's a time saver unless you are really proficient in doing that.
Well, also, the one thing that stood out to me about his testimony is how he noticed her hands were shaking. Again, I'm thinking that she was doing that because her hands were shaking too. I mean, it's just very confusing. I'm not a big force multiplier person, so I'm glad Runkle explained it and you explained it, because it's one of the many things that aren't making sense to me.
Yeah, because I like that he showed that one way. You don't do this because then you'll take your elbow off. But I'm just having a hard time because, again, she's a 110-pound woman. If she has a standard issue pew, I know you can get baby Glocks and stuff like that. I think that's only as the second. You have to have the standard issue, and you have that in your strong hand, and you have that pointed so it's stable, and then you have to operate that. It's not easy to just pull back. It looks easy when John Wick's just using his chin and his underarm, and he can
That reminds
whatever
me,
he does.
watching John Wick tonight.
Yeah, that's maybe I saw a different John Wick.
Did he have a shirt on? These are things to know. If in the Denmarkian version of John Wick, he doesn't have a shirt on, I'm getting it.
The other two guys, he was reloading. Maybe that's for a night show. Hey, Alfie. Hey, Steven. I saw there was some controversy over on Jimmy's channel because he says, I think she's kind of guilty. And I think he might not understand the law side of it, because we all agree, never pull a pew-pew, no matter what you intend to do it. Don't pull it in front of an officer. But that's not why we're here. We're here to figure out her intent. If that was her intent, or this, if this is her intent, he had no legal right to shoot her. And then she is not guilty of attempted assault on an officer, because you need the intent part. The intent, again.
Yes.
And I think he might not have understood that part of it. Or so he goes in and says, well, she brandished in front of an officer. That's stupid. Yes, it's extremely stupid. But now we're in the realm of the law. The law is a little bit different than just what's stupid. It's also what is your intent. And that's why I think she has to take the stand and talk about what she believes happened, to show the judge that she was intending on doming herself.
Yeah. And again, this is where the Commonwealth, I think, is really shooting themselves in the foot. No pun intended. You can't have these two things be very diametrically opposed and at the same time. So he can't be a super trooper who notices everything, who's constantly aware, who was our 95th line of defense, and then he doesn't pay attention to when, someone that he knows he's serving a life-changing order to is slow walking things, is acting odd, is shaking.
Yeah, that's the thing that really got me in his testimony. She started acting weird and started shaking. That's when you zero in on it. Again, I've told this story a lot of times about my stolen valor time. When we were sitting at a we had to go around the corner at a traffic stop, and a kid jumped up and stood on our front wheel and started begging for water and money and stuff like that. And I was, get off. And he had a dad sitting over on the side. And I was, shoo, get away. And then the dad put his hands behind the railing. And that's when I put a gun in the head of a kid and say, fucking move. Because when I can't see your hands, I'm going to do something really, really bad. And I don't have to follow the same rules as a cop in this situation. I could have taken this 7-8-year-old kid and just, I'm glad I didn't have to. But when I don't see your hands, that's when my senses just goes full spider sense.
Well, and that's why I don't understand. You can't build him up as being highly aware tactically, and then he doesn't even look at her hand. In fact, both cops going over to her body do not see her hands.
Yeah, and she can get behind that door frame that you can't get behind, where they claim that the pew pew was on a box on top of the safe, clearly visible from the landing. So she opens the box, comes out with it, and he says, and then she swings out. No, she couldn't. It was right there. You just grab it and then you have it. You'd have blessed him with a deep bass note from your tuba. I didn't play the tuba in the Navy. I played the big drum. Well, the story ended when I started pointing it at the dad and yelled, "I'm gonna unalive you." Then he yelled at the kid to get down. A lot of people down there would just take. They had a lot of street kids because a lot of parents got unalived. They just took them in so they could beg for them, and that was really, really common to see. I don't know what's going on in court, but I like that he has his ankle covered up so we don't get any slutty TV.
Yeah.
That's hey,
I will
Nicola.
I will say for a bench warrant, we're getting a lot of extraneous information. I thought we would be able to, like, fast forward through the CVs and everything else, and we've gotten a lot more of that than I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, I'll just have to pull this one up. Do you feel he downplayed their relationship? I put up on TwitSweat yesterday her testimony. I think I played it. I showed it after the stream, and I showed it last night as well. She was clearly seeing him as a kind of a father figure, a mentor, and he was just like, he was on maternity leave most of the time she was there. I don't know. Would you go into a situation where you see a mom unalive a minor child and herself, and then forget who stood next to you? I think that'll be dead in your brain.
So I was trying to think about that last night, and with some of the things he said he was trained for, maybe he has a way of compartmentalizing, but I would still think that would be something like even if you compartmentalized your bad situations, you would be able to remember, "Oh, yeah, that's the chick who I." It just none of those officers, again, the fact that Braley was able to get out, that they had some of the specially trained mental health officers, but they didn't invite them to come until after the incident. It's just maddening how many steps that could have prevented all of this from happening were not taken.
Yeah, and again, like Marissa said, I barely knew her. Oh, by the way, it was a part of the wedding party. This is made by Holly Mac. Holly Mac had some fun in Photoshop.
I think he looks like a younger guy from Up before life destroyed him.
Yeah, but it was just a weird. Not in the wedding party again. Again, you Yanks and your weird definitions. If you're invited to the wedding, you're at the wedding party. Shut up. No, it means that you had no. You're at the wedding party. It's one party. Shut up. I'm going to move to America and I'm going to teach you all English. I'm going to teach you
You
what the
should.
hell a clock is because we're 5 minutes late now. Something's wrong with his medulla oblongata. Yes. Mama said the alligator is so orny because they have all them teeth and no toothbrush. Where was it? Well, only if Brian buys a gray wig. Do we think prosecution will have more questions? No, they were going to cross yesterday, and then they effed up the video, I believe, and that's why we ended, because it was going to cross. So it's gone direct into cross.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering why they just kind of abruptly ended. I didn't know if that was a Massachusetts thing or they just couldn't get the tech stuff to work. Because it
I think
almost
it was
kind of felt
because he had more than a couple of questions and they couldn't get the tech stuff to work. And Lynn says, I'm hoping the defense analyzed every bit of his testimony yesterday, just like we do. Nothing on its own was so bad. It's when you put it all together, especially after praise takes experience. So they did. They go home and then they'll work on it and they will sit there and say, okay, Noonan said this, Staley said that. That doesn't match up. We have to see if we can get him to testify to that. They'll do it. I'm just joining. Didn't your co-streamer have dark hair this weekend? Love it, though. Mo has more wigs than Brian LTL.
Yeah, I have wigs because I don't like to do my hair. I missed the girl meeting where they explained how to do our hair, so I just buy wigs.
You have a wedding party. Hey, everyone come to my wedding party. No, it's only the bridesmaid and bride. Fuck it, they are guests as well. Everyone, you have one party, everyone's a guest. Yeah, but they get to wear some really ugly dresses. And the guys have to wear some ugly suits. Just look at Justin's suit from yesterday. Clearly from when he was a bridesmaid. And
Poor Justin, always the bridesmaid, never the groom.
yeah. It's I'm writing a Yank real English translation book because the amount of things that you get wrong. Never thought I would say Big Red on her on your channel. She doesn't have the same giraffe neck.
Who's Big Red?
Oh, you don't know Big Red? Big Red is one of
No.
my favorite people in the whole world. There's a YouTube channel called The Foreskins that is a pro
Of course there
with
is.
an OU. With an OU. That's
Oh,
that
dear
is
Lord.
that's protecting the McAlbert family, and they have some of the smartest women as I have ever met on that show. I'm a little bit in love with a girl called Tuesday. Sadly, she's married, but I will win her over. But you have Drama Llama, then you have Ginny Jam, and then you have Big Red. Big Red has a very extended neck. When she screams, she has the upward angle, and it's just like one of those African women with the rings around their neck. And I love that Ginny Jam says, the only photo we got together, and she's clearly photoshopped into it.
Yeah.
It's so
Those
stupid.
That is a collection of Manson lamps that I need not only to be a part of, but you might wanna start saving bail money. I just have a feeling.
But Big Red is a very angry woman who supports the McAlberts.
Well, she's obviously able to tan, whereas I'm not. So if you put us in a lineup, I'm
Oh,
the one.
I if I can find that picture of Peg O'Keefe where you can see her without her filters on, you might see it differently. I don't know if I have it saved.
Oh my
But
god, is seeing them without their filters, is that how their phone started butt dialing?
I don't think her phone can. If her phone sees her with her filters on, the phone can't recognize her. No, I don't have that picture, but that's she's quite different. Let's just say it that way. And I don't think she's that tanned in real life.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Tuesday is a blonde, and she still haven't finished the thought in her life. And she has this way where she's talking like this, and then she's constantly moving her hair around, and she's sitting there. She's the lady who said, "Oh, these people have gotten so much lashback."
I mean,
Oh, I actually have a clip of them. You can see them in real life.
ooh,
You won't be able to see Big Red in this one.
People tend to kind of like look out for their own a little.
Right.
Quick
I
contribution.
adore you guys. I really do. I'm just so grateful to have officially met you guys face to face now, and I hope we can chat again sometime.
We
Blink twice if you need help.
I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't understand how you still award that
No.
credibility.
That's my next ex-wife.
what in the audio assault did you just? Oh my god, I can't. I just love you guys,
My
millennials.
next, you have to be nice to my next ex-wife. Me and
Millennials, I
Luther lawyer
beseech
is fighting over her. We're gonna find her, swoon her, make her leave her husband, and then one of us was gonna win.
Baker, is it offensive if I give you noise canceling headphones for your wedding?
I think I would need it because, yeah, that's. I just love that. Yeah, no, and nothing was said. She was just disagreeing with herself. I love her.
I was just waiting for her to make a point.
Well, I did clip out some of her best bits because she is a little bit special. By the way, do you know how John O'Keefe died?
Well, I know we've had 2 trials about it, but we still haven't quite figured it out. But I know it wasn't by a car.
Well, you're wrong.
And shred.
So remember too, is Dr. Welcher did the height test, and the height of the boiler on the back of the SUV was right where that wound was too. So
which is something a lot of people on Twitter, including myself, mocked up like early.
The boiler of the car hit him in the head.
Now, first of all, I am a moron when it comes to cars. So, first of all, I would say, hey, that little bump thing, I wouldn't call it and I'm pretty sure it's a spoiler, not a boiler. I mean, again, I like PD cruisers. I am not a carologist. If you don't know something, make it a joke and kind of point fun at the fact that you don't know it, but don't sit here like Judson Welcher's really smart, because that tells me that we're not going to be friends and you don't understand the word smart.
But did you notice Big Red in the bottom of the picture?
I did like her penny problem glasses. Those are some HR glasses.
I just love that that's not the same woman I just showed you a picture of.
No.
And if someone there's probably someone out there who has the picture of Peg O'Keefe flipping everyone the bird, and you can send it to me. I'll show how she looks when she's out without filters on. Mo is not a carologist, but she has the wig to play one.
Yes, I do. That's why they won't let me in the Walmart, oil change section anymore. They're like, ma'am, stop dressing up like a mechanic. You don't know what you're doing.
Is that when women get the side boss on the one side?
No, I just go in like a Carhartt, overalls and pretend I know cars. I'm like, here's what we need. We need a manifold cover. And they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's that.
Yes.
Well, it's just because I know Crazy Amy. She's kind of into Subarus and also does her own oil changes. So we're an inclusive channel.
I like that about us. Not even June, and we're already being inclusive. I am proud of us.
Sending Mo as your first cap. And it's going to show up like one of those from the Blue Oyster Club, those letter hats. No.
You would be shocked when you put in, because I wanted to do body cam review videos, and I thought, oh, I'll get a cop outfit. There are levels of cop outfits that range from mattress actress to extreme mattress actress. There are not like modest cop costumes.
So many people covering this case, yet we all choose to be here. Thank you so much, Maxwell. And while we're here just looking at a banister, go over to Mo's channel and show her a little bit of love. Saw a few new faces in your morning show this morning. That's nice. Nice that
Yeah, thank you guys for
when
joining.
you're slumming it with me, that some people say, "Oh, there's high quality on the internet as well."
Well, I was just flabbergasted by the upcoming trial of the century, the limbless cornhole player who allegedly rummed someone.
Yeah, that's
We need Judson Welcher and Arca for this, because can you imagine us with Mr. Bendy trying to explain it? With our opposing bendable art men trying to explain how this crime happened.
yeah, that's gonna be really interesting. How did Kelsey question paying $6,000 for the wedding? Justin said, wait, then he takes $5,000 from the bank and says it was the baby's money. No, the money he took was from a joint account. That's why if you look at the paperwork that they filed about the crimes he committed, they don't mention the $5,000. That's in the probate court document. It's not in what's filed with why did the DA not charge him with anything. It's from a joint account and was in both their names, and that was for the baby. It wasn't for the wedding. They had $5,000 set aside. I believe it was $5,000, not $6,000. The $5,000 was from a joint account. You cannot claim that you're not allowed to take money from a joint account, because he can always rectify it and say, well, it's for the baby. And that money was for the baby.
Now, I have had a question because I've seen so many different articles, and I thought maybe you guys could give me the most recent time of Justin either A, breaking into the house, or at least going in there to collect more of his stuff. Is that being treated in any way as him violating her space, or was he given permission? I guess I've been trying to look at articles and I'm confused.
He's there at the 29th where he grabs his weapons, holds his kid for a minute. Then he comes back the 30th, and you could see how scared he was when he just walked in like he was going to the club. And then he comes back on the 3rd after calling the police on the 2nd and saying, I'm going to go there tomorrow and go into the house. Then on the 3rd, he calls the police and said, they changed the lock and the alarm system. Police said, yeah, that'll be fine. Just walk in there. And that's where he steals her laptop, her passport, the letter on the fridge that we can actually see in one of the police photos, destroys the alarms, the surveillance system, her social security. No, the dad took the social security card. But he steals numerous items at the house. And that's on the 3rd because he's so scared he wants a police detail to protect him while she's in a coma in the hospital. Because he's afraid that the family is going to drive 40 minutes down and do something. And I'm just telling you, I will escalate this. He's threatening the police. If you listen to the videos or to the phone calls that Marissa got us, he's really pissed that they don't want to give him that $100, $200 escort to make sure that he's safe, because his family shouldn't have been part of any of this. And then he go on and steal her laptop, and we know this because the laptop is connected to the IP at Braceland 4, which is their IP, is their Wi-Fi address. While he has that, he goes to her email accounts, her Facebook account, her insurance account, cancels a trip they had planned, and allegedly transfers the money to himself. If that's not bought from a joint account, that's fraud. It's illegal to go into her email. It's illegal to go check her insurance. He also checks her medical records, which is illegal. Plus, it's a HIPAA violation, and that's why they are asking what promises was he given by the Commonwealth to testify.
Yeah, I guess I've been trying. I'm glad you explained that because I've been trying to make sense of what was going on, and I just couldn't understand why there was the double standards, and it really just didn't kind of make sense to me.
Marissa, no, he was threatening them. I will go to the media. That's what he said. But he said, if her dad shows up, I will escalate it. To me, that comes off as a threat against the father.
Yeah,
it was a
and
joint bank account with the 5,000 he took. That's a joint bank account. But where the travel money went, we don't know. And if she bought it, I was watching Brother Counsel the other day, and he said, that's a federal crime. That's a federal crime. That's a federal crime. A lot. Because you're not allowed to go and check someone else's medical record. He has no right to do it.
no. I mean, even in custody court cases, if one is saying like, well, the mom's batshit, crazy, the court takes those records. They don't publish them to everyone. They don't give it to the other side. They look at it, and if they need more information, they can say, hey, you need to get evaluated, and then I want the report from this particular psychologist.
Well, Marissa, if I say, if the dad's going to come, I'm going to escalate this. That to me would be a threat. If you say, well, I'm going to escalate it if you don't send someone to protect me when the dad comes, that's a different. I hear it as he's going to escalate it with the dad, not the police. But different ears, different listenings.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 24th, 2026. Court 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carp presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzimons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Good counsel, please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Cooley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzimons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms.
Timothy
Fitzsimmons.
Bradle, Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Healy to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last-minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for review. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking a view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll
I'm just gonna
do it. I did file the motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means.
No, Your Honor.
So I was told at sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a third. It is now owned by a third party. So, has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So, just to point out, and this is why I was running late. I was trying to remember. There was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view, and essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. This issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place, or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision, because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And we wouldn't, I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but.
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I can get I get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. That's you folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
We'll take one more. We'll reach out one more time to see where it goes, and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Noonan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I just had two more questions for him, and then.
For him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off for near the end of direct examination of Officer Noonan. He can be recalled.
It seems like the judge has an understanding that it's a very narrow place.
Yeah, he does seem to understand.
That you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And if you just set up the meth lab, you don't want to talk about it.
Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzimons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses. Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay, so you're not recording anything right now?
absolutely not.
Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzimons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you collectively, meaning the three of you, you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that
Allen.
was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin I. Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment.
So Daly didn't instruct the other officers, hey, by the way, we're calling the dad to the home.
Yeah.
That's really weird that, yeah, they instructed about how dangerous he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm not understanding. Why I thought they had that huddle by the school where they planned all this stuff out. So you're saying Daly at that time didn't tell them that, hey, we're going to also add some gasoline to this fire by having the person who took out the restraining order come to the house.
I want the jury box to be empty, so I just want to have the gentleman move.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you.
Jay Brill couldn't sit in the jury box.
And just one second, Mr. Brado. All set, Mr. Brado. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
And how the fuck did she get the
You're serving
firearm?
an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement in the safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that,
I didn't ask you what he said.
okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good, right?
No,
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay, well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay, overruled.
Yeah, if you told it to the grand jury, you can be impeached with it.
Well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure.
You said that you didn't know her well.
That's correct.
And you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So we got along when we went to calls, yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradle, I missed the question.
Weed whacker.
Can you state
Sure.
that again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor.
Okay.
And I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and that he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it? That she's a whack job.
After she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that
That's
you
what I
had
said.
pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
The job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question's complete, because we can't have two folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Bradle.
And also you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes.
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
Yes.
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
I'm asking about a state of mind, Your Honor.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went there.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes.
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
Well, my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway, was.
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived, and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
I'm sorry. This guy, this is Karen Reed all over again. First of all, he
Absolutely.
lied about not knowing Fitzimons was in the house, because in the Massachusetts State Police report, he says the same things as Daly and Noonan. And they say Houston went downstairs because Fitzimons asked Houston to keep Alien away from her. Now it was the mom who was the reason.
Well, also, you don't know Kelsey. You don't pay attention, but you know her car is always parked here and it's out of character. These things don't add up. I mean, I can buy that he has a maybe cursory knowledge of the cars that are generally parked, but you don't say that with a certainty unless you knew the person because you've checked up on them.
Yeah, and I drive by her house on patrol, so you notice every cop's car in the precinct. You know exactly where they are every day, and because she's a mom, well, maybe as someone said, she's parking under a tree. It's in July or June. Thank you, Jinky Poo. Valflæsk super chat. Can't get valflæsk for 17 kroner, but I did vote. It's again, why is he lying? This is the part I don't get. And yes, he called her a whack job after. That's a little, but the rest of it, just admit, and then just cry and say she pointed a gun at me.
Yeah, I mean, the story that we came up with that you kind of put together was so understandable, so human, and it's so confusing why the Commonwealth didn't go with that, because I think that's something that a jury and a judge could have understood.
Yeah, and it goes straight out to a busy road. That could be a problem when you drive with a mom.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom, holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
Aren't the tactical gloves
Well, you said you took them
fingerless?
off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby,
Wait a minute, you just said you put gloves on for
it's fair to say
sanitation.
that
Yeah.
Kelsey
You put dirty gloves
Fitzimons,
on for sanitation?
with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
and she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's correct.
A fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's wrong with the word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that?
Well, here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
So just by a mistake, you left it out, and you never went back and said, "Oh, by the way."
Comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
Just have a moment.
Yeah, take your time.
About your grand jury testimony. I want to ask you something about your grand jury testimony that we alluded to. So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36, who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
You knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job, brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order?
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
What job?
The
Oh my
restraining order
fucking God.
service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing her in.
When I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box, sorry.
Hold on. Let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with him behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. I'll see you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
Okay. And like a boom, boom?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
You told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in the audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
What the fuck is that for a non-answer?
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
And what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot. Both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's
How
true.
can that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2
No,
different
no, 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 no.
assertions, aren't they?
No.
Ah. Nobody
You
can.
gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? come in here and testify?
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi,
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
And I think he thinks he is doing really well.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Close.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her.
Yes.
Maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over maybe. How about
yes.
that? And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun.
Yes.
Right. And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified
Weaver,
stance?
isosceles.
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and a modified Weaver stance? That's just what it's called. Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
Was she standing up when she did it?
Just in general?
Just to
or-
show the stance in general first, yes, Judge, thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's gonna grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry.
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have a seat.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
And then you do this.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Okay. This makes no sense. Again, we have the door opening. He's standing here, looking into the room. He grabs the pew here after lunging from the middle of the room to here. Then she stands up and points at him. And then she clicks, and then he yells, "Don't do it," pulls his own. While she then goes over here behind the bed, and he puts the first bullet into the AC unit. So she stepped behind this wall and then went backwards and behind this wall, or behind the bed.
Well, congratulations, Kelsey, because I can't walk upstairs without hurting myself. So the fact that you were able to do a jump leap, grab a force multiplier and go backwards in a few seconds.
And go up and still
while
be
she's shaking.
Why is she lying? I hope they have a mock-up of the crime scene they can show him.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either.
So she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes.
5 minutes after she has her feed her baby.
Yes.
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
Yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you. She tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And then sidestep. I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, or 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around?
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer.
But she's shaking.
She's
who tried to kill me.
Do-
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happens.
Yes.
And then she taps the magazine.
Yes.
And then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes.
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes.
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
No.
You were flustered, weren't you?
No.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she's sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was giving commands and shooting at the same time.
Okay. Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's a
other
patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years?
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any
15
measurements
feet?
on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
It's
So
a
the first
3.5
shot
by
you missed
4
her and you hit the air
room.
conditioner. Is that right? Or,
You
or
I,
have-
did
I
you
didn't.
not?
I didn't know where it went.
That's like saying
And
I make 6 inches
the
look
fact
huge.
is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think. But I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, Coach Ron?
Yes.
Just a photo.
Yes.
Do you have some?
This makes absolutely freaking no sense.
Yeah, Baker, do you have your whiteboard? Because this. Oh, wait, I can make my thing a whiteboard.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me show you for the record, exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
How did she
you
hide?
speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzimons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you exhibit 75. Is this the?
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
Is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now let's
I'm
just
sorry,
go
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can't make it make sense.
So
Me either. I'm
let's talk
still
about
trying to figure out how any of this happened. Now it's mirrored on mine, but I'm trying to write this out because I can't make any of this make sense. But y'all, I am.
Because he says he stands at the door. She's launching from here to here, where she all of a sudden stands up. That's a pretty good. She must be doing CrossFit or something, so she can get the gun and pop up while launching forward. And then she's right in his face within a feet from him. He doesn't react to it. He's so shocked. And then she walks 15 feet backwards without him doing anything and ends up behind the bed.
First of all, that was not 15 feet. I'm sorry.
It's a
I mean,
3.5 by 4 feet room.
yeah. And then he's like, well, if you go as the crow flies in diagonal, it was
because-
actually it was a harder, like he's over here arguing that 15 feet is really harder to shoot. Now, look, that would be a feat for me because I suck at duck hunt, but you're supposed to be super SWAT guy.
Yeah, he's the greatest ever. Again, if she's backpedaling 15 feet, he has time to pull out his taser and tase her. When she's within 1 feet of him, with the pew-pew right in his face and it clicks, ward it away, punch her in the face, get on her. But no, I let her retreat 15 feet.
who touched the firearm. So Daly,
Come on. Don't do this now. Come on.
let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and At some point, she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No, no Weaver stance.
Okay, so one hand.
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
A one-handed.
it's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that?
I don't. It's too close to her.
Okay. Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white shelf, bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it. Right?
I do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
Okay. So it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing. It's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I'll show you Exhibit 51.
Marissa, I have to refund
Yes, I
your,
do.
because I don't
So
know.
Exhibit 51
I can't.
is
But thank you.
the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
So you didn't see anything in the
Do you
room.
remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
And again, he's standing right there looking actually at that angle.
Yeah, that's what.
That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Not at that distance.
And you've had training.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Oh, yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor.
That's a term. And when you're a badass military
And that's
dude.
when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier.
Yes.
Of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yep.
If I could just have one moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Wait, how did he not know that Jason was in the house when that was the reason Hudson went downstairs? Or Houston, sorry.
Because he did. It's in the report.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would empty that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trained to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
Yeah, exactly. She was folded over with a weapon you don't know where is. And you said, nope, she's on the floor, she's done. No, that's when you start. Boom, 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 boom.
She's moving. She's moving.
Yeah.
That's where you yell,
He
fire.
testified a million times you don't know where the weapon is. Just because she slumps over, she can still do this.
Yeah.
That's why you go ham. That's why whenever people say, why do cops not just flick them in the leg? Because you can still raise your arm and pull a trigger. You empty this shit into them.
Again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They were either terrified of this crazy woman and going to section her, or they didn't secure the weapons and they did a really bad job.
Yeah. Thank you, Casement, for gifting 5 memberships to the virtual juror, Poppycock, Holy Effing Poppy, Davon, and Coffee Cake. All of this is...
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
You remember that, but nothing else?
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what? I'm sorry.
Calls for service.
Yeah, you wanted to be a hero.
I wanted more experience.
No, you wanted to be a hero.
You were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure. Let's go to sidebar.
This is worse than I thought.
Yeah. Again, why is he wanting to distance himself from Kelsey? Because if there is anything in his record that says that he had PTSD, and why is that shameful? Again, if he has been through all this and he was on SWAT, there might have been things he's seen that he has trauma from. I couldn't be a first responder.
It's liability, because if he shot her, she can sue the shit out of him, because he's not allowed to shoot her if she was only threatening self-harm. So that's why he's trying to say, well, he was clearly, but again, he launches from a kneeling position. She's doing the Tim Tebow. Then she launches forward and gets up at the same time, pulls a weapon around, jumps to the left while clicking. And he's in such shock that she then starts moving backwards, steps behind a bed, and that's when he fires the first time. She was the greatest ever police cadet. With less than a year on the force, she was a well-trained police. I will bet money that she couldn't do a tap and rack right now. We're getting a break.
Well, I'm wondering if he's sending out the gallery to do a side.
No, you'll send out the witness. That's the only one. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, then I was like, this is a bench trial. What am I thinking about? I don't know who you would send out.
I'm thinking they're taking a break. The body cam is still in the box. They didn't open that yet.
We should discuss in open court what was raised at sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Noonan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Noonan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
All rise.
15-minute recess. I didn't get the part about where did they only found one casing at the scene. Is that what they someone's recording, Marissa? Maybe he's just putting it out there. I don't get the. He asked about the casing. Is there only one casing found in? Because if the casing is found in the curtain, let's see if I can find the pictures. Because where are the pictures?
Yeah, I thought we were getting into his previous police history, so I didn't hear about the shell casing.
He asked him, did you know they found a casing in the curtain?
Oh, yeah.
How would it end up over there? I know it can go flying everywhere, but normally he's outside the room.
Yeah.
It goes back into the right, so it would go downstairs or somewhere out on the small landing.
Okay, now I'm not very smart, but could that have been a possible from when Kelsey was tapping and racking?
No, that's not a casing. That would be a bullet.
Well, but
That's a full
well,
bullet.
I know, but the casing comes out after the bullet fires. Like,
Yeah, but
to
she
get a
didn't fire.
casing, you have to have. Well,
She
then
didn't
how
fire.
did
She
it
didn't
end
have
up?
a bullet in the chamber. Or if she had a misfire and you rack it, the entire bullet with the casing will fall out. It doesn't
I-
it doesn't separate until you hit the primer.
Baker, I have never felt more dumb than I feel like we're back in high school trigonometry class and everyone else gets it, and I'm like, how in the hell does one do a circle and a square?
I hope Hellfish has been watching this and can talk about how these great cops are the best cops ever, and they're following every procedure he learned in the military.
Also, so Baker, was stuck on something because I rewatched his testimony. He said he had both of his hands braced against the door and he was
yes,
pew-pewing, but he also had all of his weight braced on his hands holding him up. Legitimately, Mr. Moe came into my room and I have a little hallway in my room, and legitimately he sees me standing here trying to be Cagney and Lacey, and he's like, "What in the heck are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm trying to make sense of this crime scene." And so I'm
yeah,
trying to explain to him this, and he's like, "None of what you are saying is making any sense. I think you're not paying attention to the trial."
no, because again, he clearly states, I was standing outside a little to the right of the door, watching her in the room. Again, we have her Tim Tebowing here, somewhere on this carpet. And then she goes over here and hides behind the door frame while he claims he stood right here. Shift the focus a little bit to the right, so he would be looking even more in the direction of where she gets the pew-pew. How did she hide behind this door frame? If he is to be believed, he stood right here, maybe a foot to the right. How is that? Would give him more access to see what she pulls out. And again, I don't know. I know these CrossFitters, they do that jumping thing where they jump up and go down. If you lunge forward from a kneeling position and grab something on the ground, how do you get up in the same motion and comes out in a perfect? He doesn't react to any of that. She's shaking. She's visibly disturbed. And then all of a sudden, she just flies over there where he can't see the thing that is right in front of her, opens up that box, because they mustn't have been able to look in that box if that's where the pew-pew was. She opens up the box, grabs it, jumps up in a perfect stance, clicks, and in all of this, he's thinking, oh, she's doing parkour. Oh, now I'm really, really scared all of a sudden. I'm in shock. I'm freezing. Then she starts backpedaling. Let's just say here she does the first. Doesn't work. He notices her hand slides on the while re-racking, and then she ends up over here for the second time. And while producing, he pew-pews her once, twice, in a quick succession, but at the same time still have time to bang. Kelsey, don't do it. Don't do it, Kelsey. Bang. But it's bang, bang. But he yells between the two shots.
Baker, I legitimately was sitting there, and the meme in my head was that one from The Office. They're the same picture. They're like, okay, it was in rapid succession, and then I was able to give commands. It's the same picture, Your Honor. They're the same thing.
Yeah, it's. And again, if you're gonna lie convincingly, how are you? Even if you go by the way the crow flies, which would be shorter, do you get to 15 feet?
He'd have to be on the stairs. That's why I think they're trying. I think he was walking down the stairs.
He was looking down. He was looking down, seeing what's going on, because I am, and I'm 1,000,000,000,000% sure of this. Justin was being an ass. Well, we'll have to wait for the mother to come in and testify. But if Justin was being an ass, and that's why Houston went downstairs to observe him, because there was a clear expectation she was going to be Section 12 before probate. Let me just show this. This is the incident report, and I have a lot of annotations on it. Officer Houston stated that Elaine arrived at the residence when Fitzimons was packing her belongings. Fitzimons stated that she did not want Alien in the residence while she was there. Houston went towards the basement to advise Alien to wait downstairs. Moments later, Officer Houston heard Officer Noonan scream Kelsey, followed by 2 gunshots. That's a different story, but that doesn't matter. Interviewed Noonan. Officers Noonan provided a statement that was consistent with the timeline of events prior to Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston. So he knew the same things that Houston knew. Houston went downstairs because Justin was at the house. I didn't know Justin was at the house. Why are you lying on such a fundamental, stupid, easily disprovable fact? And that's the thing I don't get. I don't get why they lie about something that...
I don't get why the mom was allowed to come in the house. Again, if I'm a grandma...
Why is any civilians allowed to come into the house?
Yeah, but you have to imagine that a grandma hears that her daughter is not only getting, possibly sectioned, but this jerk is trying to take her grandbaby. I should not be in that situation. I will not be kind, Mo. I will be very irritated, Mo. And the fact that they continue to try to play this off as this is standard operating procedure, that we take people to domestics, that we allow all civilians into a domestic or, this call for service. None of this makes sense. And the fact that they're trying to play it off, it looks worse. Although, Baker, did you see that we have another Massachusetts case with another police officer?
The female or the male?
Male, he shot a carjacking suspect. He's raised $400K approximately.
Yeah, don't ask us for the body cam. We won't release them. If it's the body cam that shows you he was in the wrong, release them.
Yeah.
I really want to cover that when we get a little bit closer, because that seems fishy again. The DAs are just shitty in Massachusetts.
Well, I'm sorry, Massachusetts, but you are now the Florida of New England.
How easy to get that warrant to take her kid is sickening, in my opinion. Biggie May, if you were here on the channel back when we covered the Cara Rentala case, they directly said the first one who walks through the front door will get a restraining order. And they also took her kid away. You just have to go into the police station and say, I'm getting beat up. Well, here's a restraining order. See you in probate court. It's for the probate court. The police don't give a shit. Or the judge don't give a shit. You'll just get a piece of paper, serve it on the other one, and it doesn't matter who beat who. It's the one who talks to the cops first who wins. There is no body cams, none at all. The only video we have is from her surveillance system, and we don't see anything that happens. We still haven't seen any crime scene photos with a drop of blood on it. And
no,
I'm surprised with a chest wound that punctures her lung and her diaphragm, and I think her spleen gets hurt as well. She's gonna be pissing blood.
Yeah, and the fact that none of the cops talked about the, plastic chest wound seal. I mean, one guy talks about gauze.
Yeah, and can we just, because why are you always, it's just to keep your YouTube grift. No, we just have the officer who did it provably lie on the stand. And these numbnuts, just because Aiden is supporting her, we have to hate her. I don't get that you can hate Aiden so much you're willing to suck a dirty cop stick and even give him a little cop action, because as long as it's someone Aiden likes, we have to destroy them. This case has so freaking much reasonable doubt in it. It makes no sense to sit here and say, well, I don't see any problem with it. I'm sorry. Unless you get the law absolutely wrong, that you have to have intent to use it against him, then this is an illegal shooting. If she was doing what she claims, clicking, which would fit every physical evidence we've seen, that, well, we haven't seen it, but what we have testified, the gun is under her left leg. If she's standing here and drops it and keels over, it could land under her legs. If she's standing like this and keels over, why does it end up under her legs?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. I am glad for you, Baker, that the throat punch defense did come in. I
Yeah.
like that the
Why didn't you
defense was
just
like,
punch her?
yeah,
Wallstorm, you and me both, brother.
I do not know.
But it's just they don't give it. And I'm just thinking, because most of these wretched idiots have had their dealings with the police, and now as long as they just hate Aiden, or Aiden likes these people, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't get that. Look, if Aiden isn't your cup of tea, then don't watch him.
Yeah.
But this is an important case. If you can't stand up for a woman who had her child taken away, and basically all the big forces kind of gang up against her to ruin her life because you don't like Aiden, grow up. This is so much more important than one guy that you may or may not like.
Especially when all of this happens in this, it's the same fucking state it happens in all the time. But Mo, remember I showed you Big Red? Holly Mac found it. This is the same woman.
Well, she's got some good clavicle action going. So
There's that giraffes in Africa thinking, damn, that neck is hot.
I'm just thinking retail people see all of them and hide, because I can see every single one of them asking for my supervisor. These are the people that made me wish I worked with a dead when I was working in retail.
Classy pick. And Lizzie Proctor, because just
Oh my
because
God,
you
that's
get,
Peg, and she's smiling.
yeah, and she's
She can
giving the
smile?
super. Yeah, because she is nasty. I think the correct paleontologist word is Contosaurus.
You know, she did look like she was from the Paleolithic.
Oh, now you're using the big words. That's $5 words.
Yeah, that's why I always laughed at the Afro Man thing, because I was like, you're lucky Afro Man made fun of you. I would have wrecked your souls. like he was just using, low-hanging fruit. I would have destroyed you.
That's why you didn't recognize her. She's smiling. I just love that the foreskins are just the nastiest bitches, and
I
sitting
can't
there.
believe they-
oh, we're
they-
so nice. Everyone else is so bad, and then they are sitting there and ragging on everyone else. And they have Big Red on, who has so many filters on. She must have at least 128 gigabytes of RAM just to run the filter. Thank you, superstitious man, not mom, for becoming a member. Superstition.
Sorry, my youngest, most feral was like, I brought you a cat. I was like, well, I'm streaming. I don't need a cat. Oh, okay, then I'll take him out.
Well, he's bored. It's not a school day.
Yeah. So I don't know if your family has the annual giving of the cat.
Well, we have a different tradition with cats. It involves sticks and barrels. I can turn the 10-time booster off. Missed your super chat. Did I really miss it? I know she said her pew was downstairs. Is this one of Justin's pew she knew was there? No, they claim it's hers. And again, get into the mindset. Okay, I'm gonna effing end this. My life is over. My baby's gone. I can't go back to work because I'm gonna get sectioned. If I can just get this idiot to go downstairs, I can end myself. And this idiot is looking down the stairs and standing up. Can you hurry up? Can you just hurry up? So she goes over there, stands in front of the box, grabs the pew, like Bradel said, tucks it at her stomach, walks over to the bed area, and then when he's not looking at her, she does this, and he sees it and said, "No, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it." She clicks. And then she begins to rack it. And because I want to be a place where there's more action, I want to be a place where it's more highly. And maybe has some PTSD and maybe he has a little bit of a pill problem. He goes, fuck, I need to do something. Boom, boom. And then Daly comes running up, says, what the fuck happened? Oh, she was trying to kill herself. Fuck you, you idiot. You're not allowed to shoot someone. When the other gets here, she pointed the gun at you. Yeah, but she pointed the gun. You need to get some gauze on her, because gauze is really important with chest wounds. It's the most important thing you can put on a chest wound, not plastic. Plastic will just ruin the party. Get some help, for God's sake, and let's hope she won't remember this. We'll back you up. I'll say that that I heard you scream. Just for the love of Christ, just remember she threatened you. That's all you have to remember. Yeah, but you were just supposed to get her angry and get her sanctioned. We weren't supposed to have her try to unalive herself. Come on now. Snap to it.
Yeah. And she's doing all of this. Again, if you've ever been in a really scary situation, you have an adrenaline dump. That's why, in theory, he shouldn't have missed, because he has, trained to deal with that heart rate and all of that. You're telling me she's able to surreptitiously get a force multiplier, get all of that when her hands are shaking? When I broke my ankle, I tried to call Mr. Mo, and it took a couple minutes for my hand to stop shaking. So I'm having a hard time thinking she's going to have that fine motor movement. And he's saying, she's highly trained. No, most of her police career was on maternity leave. I'm not saying that to be a butt monkey, but it's the truth.
So basically his testimony doesn't make sense based on room size. No, I wish we could, and I'm not good at spatial awareness and distances, and because you talk in feet and I talk in meters, but I really wish that I could 3D render what the hell his story was. But again, when I go absolutely not to America and do any pew-pewing, because that would probably be illegal, but maybe someone who looks like me might have done it. And if I have to operate, I spent a long time in my fake valor tours. I'm pretty proficient with how an AR system works, because that's the one we had in the Danish military. I kind of get that part. I know how to rack it, check that is the chamber on or off, and the safety and stuff like that. I can do that with an AR system because I've trained on that. That's not the hardest weapon. But if you give me, let's say I know someone who might be called Halvala, who has a 1911, and a guy who looks like me says, hey, can I try that 1911? And Halvala says, yeah, sure. just racking the slide because it's so I've only trained very briefly in using pistols because we use rifles as normal soldiers. So just racking the slide and checking the safety, I have to manually check everything because it's not in my nature to use these tools. If you give me an AR system, which I have cleaned and taken apart and shot a lot, or if you went back and gave me a Hitler saw, I could assemble that and use it no problem because I'm trained on it. If you have been an officer for about a year, you've done the academy training on your weapon, and you haven't really kept up and you haven't done your yearly proficiencies test, then you have had 4 months of postpartum where you absolutely did not hit the shooting range. How natural will all of this be? He's a highly trained SWAT officer. How natural will
Also,
be for someone who doesn't use it?
I was just thinking about this. A lot of new moms get tennis elbow or weak wrist, even carpal tunnel, because during pregnancy your ligaments loosen so that you can have the baby. Well, postpartum, your body's trying to get back to that, but you're constantly holding a baby. So a lot of women complain about carpal tunnel, about tennis elbow, their shoulders hurting. It's very likely that she might not have had the manual dexterity that she had when she was pregnant even.
I don't believe he checked where her car was. It's another, we make this up because we need an excuse. Oh, if Justin checked the cameras and couldn't see the car in the driveway, and she was planning to have him over here. That's why she did it, because she wanted to go after Justin. She had to go through me first. Oh, yeah, he was setting him up. And yes, I did say the bad guy from Austria saw. That's what we called our good old MG42 that I was trained on.
Well, I was trying to be a better co-host by not just popping out with a bad guy from WW2, like, wait a minute. So I just private chatted you. See, I'm getting slightly better at this, Baker.
I was about to pull up a picture, and I thought, no, we can't show any pew-pews on the screen either, I think. So that's a great weapon. 800 rounds a minute, and they couldn't hit a shit with it, but it doesn't matter if you send 800 rounds out. Something will hit. Yeah, and the problem is all the little filler lies are the ones Brady will just say, but you didn't say that, you didn't say that, you didn't say that, you didn't say that. And I hope the judge has read his grand jury testimony. I don't know if he has. He said, I haven't looked into much of it, so you have to present it like a real trial. But I'm sure he will go look into what did he tell the grand jury, because he can do that. I have a great shot with no training. Noonan is completely focused on disease. And I love that Karen Reed was a weed whacker, and this one is a whack job. I'm an international renowned massage therapist, and I don't call women whack jobs. Whack jobs is a weird word to use.
To be fair, if someone attempted to, even if my story is 90% fiction, if I thought even slightly someone tried to unalive me, I may call them a whack job.
25 minutes, Marissa. She shot that pew-pew, or tried to, according to them, but her baby was outside. Her baby wasn't in the house. Yeah, all women batshit crazy. I can say that because it's a super. It's a chat. I didn't say it, but I'll just repeat what Danny T said. All women batshit crazy.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah, Proctor also called the ME a whack job. That's correct. Well, can you come empty? Oh, and my camera just said, no, I'm going to reset. I don't know why this Logitech is so effing stupid all the times. Good. You know for a fact some of these bitches be cray. It's because they lack frolicking.
Yes.
Because that was another trial we covered. A guy who unalived his wife because she threw a Yankee candle at him, which again, he had his reasons. I think that was a harsh judgment. They found him guilty. But he went down to Florida with a guy who had his own cult. And of course, it was a Smex cult. And
I mean,
every
the best
morning,
one.
yeah, those are the best types of cults. They are the Smex cults. But every morning they would sit for an hour and listen to the women's problems, and then the men would do real things and the women would go frolic. And he really wanted to have a cult like this of his own so he could have more than one girlfriend.
I mean, that sounds like a life achievement. And he got Yankee candles. He almost had the dream.
I never wear pants. I just want to hear Kelsey's story. And according to opening statements, she will be giving that story. You will hear her say, is what Bradel said in the statements. So we will get it. And I think she'll come off better on cross than these guys will. Every woman needs to frolic. Yeah, that's why it was okay that he, he pew-pewed her twice, and then he cut her in a few bits and threw her in some black plastic bags. But she's probably been annoying for a long period.
Yeah, I mean, we do tend to be annoying for a long time.
Can't remember what case it was called. But he had a vivid backstory. He was a tattoo artist, and then he had smacks with his clients, and his girlfriend got really mad over that. Again, women just don't understand.
Yeah. I love these trials. Again, it's like Swayzer. It's normal for him, and we're just like,
Oh, that wasn't the candle guy. It was the mom who unalived the baby, and the other guy drank urine. Well, only because he liked the taste and it was sterile. 2 people in chat got that reference.
I know. I leave for a while. I come back for a stabby day, and you're like, Mo, do you drink your own pee? And I'm like, do what now?
Yeah, it's good for you.
This is the longest 15-minute break. If the judge comes out and says, like, we're going to take the day off, I need to go research.
It's been half an hour now. Well, he's a man of fine culture. See, Marissa got it. It's the reason why I drink my own pee. No, I like the taste, and it's sterile, and I like the taste.
Always an interesting idea.
Did I hear it? Oh, no, you probably heard my stair creak.
That or my door, because my kids are on spring break, so they keep like popping in. Are you still on a trial? Yes, this is what I do all day. That's weird.
Yeah, yesterday they came back for 15 minutes and fiddle around with a camera, with a television, and said, "Oh, let's just do lunch." I know Yanks don't understand time, but I think the British should just rule you again. The British was on time all the time. They ran India with 2 guys on a bike.
Yeah, but they also, now they can only muster eight soldiers to go to Cyprus, and their warship will be heading to the Middle East in 3 or 4 weeks. So,
oh, we did area defense around Greenland with no weapons on the ships because we didn't really have any.
I do love that because I'm a big international kind of news nerd, and I was like, wait a minute. there are no force multipliers on the ships.
No, we took off the cannons because it was too expensive to maintain them. So we just put them in storage because if the Russians are gonna come, I will probably get them fitted in time.
Yeah.
And then we found out we didn't really have any ammunition because we gave it all to Ukraine. So we're hoping that we stay friends with America a little bit longer and get some new ammo. We're annoyed too. It's not all Yanks. Marissa has told me that if you are anywhere in America within 30 minutes of the agreed upon time, you are early. So I believe Marissa, everything she says is the truth.
What in the world is taking so long? Are they getting Judson Welcher to actually map this out?
I'm thinking somewhere in a parking lot, someone is painting themselves blue right now and trying to run into an AC unit.
No, Baker, get your wig. I can be Big Red and we can just start talking about the boilers on cars.
So like like,
So it's like so amazing that you guys are here.
finally got to meet you. Yeah. No. My future ex-wife. You couldn't make fun of her.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzimons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
And I have no booster on it. It's amazing. Every time we get back, they'll just fuck up the audio. Did you get a tornado warning?
No, that's Mr. Moe's ringer, because I'm trying to
Just
work.
for the record, Officer Noonan is not in the courtroom, correct?
Now I put on the booster.
Okay. Mr. Brado, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to introduce Ryan Leonard and Julie Hess. They're attorneys that are working with us in the probate court. And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day. That's fine. And let me just, let me get your names. So your names again?
Julie Hess, Hess.
Medical counselor.
And you?
Ryan Leonard, LEONARD.
Okay, welcome.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, so let me just
It's not nice.
discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at sidebar. So Mr. Brado came to sidebar, asked for permission to explore three areas on his cross of Officer Noonan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Brado, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the three areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore three areas on cross with Officer Newman on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony. Right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay, so Number two, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number two was that essentially you allege Officer Noonan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number three, that Mr. Noonan, Officer Noonan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA or
Yes, Your
something.
Honor, you're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman while
Okay.
you're out on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Noonan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Noonan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Bradle, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these three things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover Police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado. What's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy, because the collective bargaining agreement policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so in that way, there's no potential promise rewards. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please, please.
Right in my paper as I'm
Sure.
reading it. I think, again, it's supposed to promises, rewards, or inducements. Officer Noonan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Noonan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing of consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
It has
What do you say to that?
Remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is, because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even on
Take a
even
crack
on
at,
well
the
even
other
on,
side of it.
No, even on my theory, and I'm just give me a moment. Even on my theory that that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Noonan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty? That is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented, or is it a legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the fact finder. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Noonan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of Rule 14. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Noonan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Noonan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradle says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no good faith basis to ask these questions.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bradle, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Officer Noonan allegedly missed a shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated that sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that. Okay. And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration, if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
Hold on a second. To assert generally what your sources, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed for on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony and not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, that this, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And that at some point it was sort of a after the fact thing, that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake. And that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay. So let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Noonan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says yes, no, okay. Then what? Let's say he says no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, Your Honor. At a minimum,
Okay.
we have that.
All right. So, all right. And then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's an ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and.
What's the source of your information?
Another whistleblower, Your Honor. And, they come to me in good faith and,
And have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas.
But then you can't do a follow-up.
You'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Noonan about this before he returns Commonwealth?
No.
Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand. Officer Noonan.
Why should they be allowed to go out and prep him? Well, it could be a Fifth Amendment issue. I don't know if the judge would tell him about that. Yeah, if he lies on the oath that he didn't get a special treatment, or this is totally in line with CBA, wouldn't that be a Fifth Amendment? He's incriminating himself. Yeah, he's just going to lie and say, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Officer Noonan. And Mr. Brado, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
Right, and you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet, at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And that is an accommodation that was made via a side, may I inquire, or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained, no. You've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Bradle. Next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January, yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question. Officer Noonan, please don't answer it until I hear it.
So
go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right. Yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So.
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with cross, right? I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you said that there was discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about her or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
It could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a
I'm
step.
just I would be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay, so we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked?
What was it he was asked about? Sorry, I missed that.
So they're playing a state or part of his recorded statement. I'm guessing it's going to explain that they had talked about sectioning her.
Today,
the
tomorrow
sectioning.
morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay, all right.
Say had just taken out a restraining order, and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
Whoops.
So that's what you said on July 3rd. that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't.
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
Because she tried to kill me.
Again, not ask and answer.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzimons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, you asking?
today?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes, it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes. I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978. I'll just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that.
Whoops.
I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yeah.
I apologize. I have to do this on the cell phone. This just came up this morning. I can choke out.
Okay.
Yeah, this makes him denying that he ever talked to about PTSD to her so much worse.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Just say I had PTSD. Yeah, sure I had.
It's a horrible scene. I mean, I would have PTSD if I had to go into a scene like that. None of this is making sense, Baker.
Only if you don't want to be liable.
Yes.
And I fucking knew it. They were setting her up to be Section 12 so he could get a better probate.
Two screenshots, first of all. First of all, that's a contact, and that's your phone number, and it says Noonan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right here.
Yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue,
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, et cetera.
Yes.
He said his answer was he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when a witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And
Fair
so,
enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
Yes, it does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her.
Oh, you look so douchey.
Yeah.
And that was one horrific call.
Oh, you
And
didn't remember
we
that
agree
call
that
before?
that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I'm glad you gave your wisdom. What would we do without you?
Yeah. I'm just a senior officer who will tell
I'm going to
her.
go back to the bedroom where
as
Kelsey's
well.
on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I
Just
don't
yes or-
remember
just
that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe. Yeah.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
Yes.
Right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth. Let's
Now,
play the tape.
when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right. Just need a moment. All right.
No problem, take your time.
Let's hope there's something he said in the statements. Well, he flunked a drug test in January, so, and they're claiming he didn't change his testimony. He did claim his testimony because he claimed there was a door in the room that she ducked behind. He claims that he didn't know Justin was in the house. He said that to the CIC report. He clearly changed his testimony. She's going back to law school. So if anyone wants to contribute and help her in probate court and maybe get some tuition, her QR code is in the corner. Yeah, kick down her door.
The 80-something page report, 90-page report. With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot.
You didn't
about that.
remember
You
her
said you were you were holding a
about
gun
something
securing the scene.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. No more? You're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun,
Yes.
that Officer Court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Why did you take your eyes off her?
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Braille, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Noonan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Judge, I'm sorry, can we approach sidebar before the witness departs?
Before the witness departs,
Right.
oh, you are almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
I didn't know her at all. I hardly ever knew her. Oh, by the way, I knew her so well that I was such a great senior officer who kind of took care of her and really wanted to take care of her, especially. I knew her so well. I said, hey, I was holding her hand while I was standing up covering this so she couldn't do anything. I was sitting next to her, holding her hand, telling her, don't give up, don't do anything. And then she gave me the death stare. Or did she go into shock because she was in so much pain? This is fucking insane.
Yeah, like then you said like, and she held my hand, and I was like, and he was like, band of brothers, like, Fitzsimmons, I was always there for you. We talked about PTSD, and she's like, I know, bro, I know. This man can't remember anything. The fact that he was flippantly like, oh my goodness, what did I say? I don't remember. If you're holding someone's bloody hand after you shot him in the chest, I kind of would hope that would, I don't know, ingrain itself on your hippocampus.
I'm thinking again, and then I never talked to anyone. Oh, by the way, I talked to everyone. He just stated he didn't talk to anyone until the 3rd. And then, oh, by the way, I we were having a little chin wag because that's what you do when you just pew someone in the chest. You just sit down. I know that there's special rules that a police officer can't be interrogated within, 48 hours or something. But these people, again, what the fuck did you do? Well, she was holding her, and I acted. You better say she pointed it at you. I'm just wondering why they didn't squeeze one off and put it in the door frame.
Thank you. And Commonwealth? Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Stephen Core.
Stephen Core, that's a police officer who arrived after the pew-pewing. Also, why would he say you have a child to live for if she was going to pew him? Isn't that something you say to someone who's dying or wanting to die themselves?
Swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
Why do they all have ugly ties?
Good afternoon. You can have a seat, or I guess good morning still.
Hey, good morning, Your
Where
Honor.
did they get skinny Ricky Gervais?
He's a police officer.
Okay.
Yes, please.
At least they have hair.
Please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name.
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Core. Stephen spelled Steven. Last name is Core, Corrr.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay. What are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day.
Correct.
Okay. At some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at a time with an arrest.
Okay. And the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzimons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where she lived?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try to
sorry. Excuse me.
voice up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay. What was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you?
Oh,
head
she's
that way?
screaming.
I did.
Oh, that's
when you
the one.
got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, a living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs?
Correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs. There was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay. And who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly. I saw Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay. What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Noonan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, secure that firearm. And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on a
I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
That picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit.
Wait, showed where his hand had been. He's on the other side rendering first aid. And now he's over here where his hand has been on the bookshelf. Again, that makes no sense.
Number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of that white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in there. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct. And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
So that's also not the statement they gave.
And ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this
is
image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, and you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Really, in the room.
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay.
That's
so
a
you see
safe.
The firearm, magazine, and the round itself.
I can.
Okay. Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing, it was at the top of the stairs. I backed up out of that, and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I draw right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Wait, he
Just a
stood
quick-
in the room?
I have a quick question. Where was that box when he came into the room and secured it? Because they haven't asked any of the others. So she went into a gun safe, which it is. They claim it's a safe. I found it weird he called it a box. No one has said anything about that. We were just told it was the purple box on top of the other box that he believed the weapon had been in. Where was this box?
Baker, can I rant just for 1 second?
Yes.
Why the heck am I taking notes when between every witness the story changes and we don't have any? I should understand this case on day 2, or at least not feel more confused. But why am I taking notes when none of my notes agree with any of each other? This case is going to break me. This case is going to break me. All right, I'm okay.
He said the box was on the bed, but that's not what Noonan said. Noonan said he took the gun out of the box that was on
thought it was
that
an
little
orange
brown thing
box.
with the leather sides. Yeah, the purple box was a shoebox, but that's where Noonan said she got the weapon. Why is a gun, let's say this is the real one, why didn't they check a gun safe? He said he checked the room. We knew she had been sectioned before. We had that in the back of our heads when we walked into the crime scene. But we didn't check a fucking gun box and secured it. So that has been placed behind the door frame. She opens the safe. I would guess by using the combination or sliders, whatever it is, opens the box, pulls out the firearm, jumps out, points the weapon at him while jumping to the left, hiding from him, clicking, starts backpedaling while rack sliding, going behind the bed. This is another element that just makes this way less possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you have small children and you had to watch Vin Diesel in The Pacifier, the fact that Kelsey is doing the Peter Panda dance in between trying to off this police officer is ridiculous. And for all one of you in chat who got that, thank you.
There's two people who got that reference.
No, Your Honor. Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it. Until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Noonan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Miss Fitzimons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet. Okay. I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Okay. Where was Officer Noonan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, hey, did she get a round off on you? And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled, only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance.
Okay.
Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross? Mr. Brito, cross?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, take your time.
And find a microphone.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
Only because to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in a police report, correct?
No, I did not write a police report, no.
Now, Also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Noonan, correct? At the time-
I work
in
with
that
him
time
as a
interval?
coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
to the
happened to
30th?
July 30th,
July.
he's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything to do that? Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come with you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Bonasaro, please.
Did he just duck under the camera? Oh, we're gonna see the pew pew. We're gonna see the murder pew pew.
Swear
Fire.
that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
He might be called later.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonasoro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
All assignments are what I'm doing now.
Start from when you graduated from the academy, briefly.
All right. So I graduated the academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the Firearms Identification Section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the Narcotics Inspection Unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the Narcotics Inspection Unit, and then to Firearms Identification Section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the Firearms Identification Unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the Firearms Identification Unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yeah, so as of right now, we're
down a few supervisors, so I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other ballisticians, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. We work with other senior ballisticians. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, make sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. It's an ongoing process. They firearm armors courses.
And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And if you could name a few of those courts?
Middlesex, Superior.
How?
Let's just get
side
the
of it.
date.
And then you have the projectile.
And the
It's referred to as a discharge card. To a projectile.
I would like to
twist
pause
to
for
the
a
left
second
to
because
sometimes be
he made up a new word and I would like to
little piece-
ballistician. So apparently a ballistic analysis, true word for it is a ballistician.
It is a ballistician because he does ballet.
It explains a lot.
He looks like he enjoys a good ballet. Why is his hair, is that his hair in the back that's long while the rest is cut short? Or is
I
it
think it
something
might
on
be
the
the
window?
window handle.
Oh,
Because I
yeah.
was trying to figure out if it was a mole or a growth. I was like, it's a tumor.
A hepatuber. Like
It's a hematuber.
like Hanky Panky would say it. It's the hematuber.
Pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material
Bullshit.
that's in front of these cutting edges.
Bullshit.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
So, did you say what marks?
A bunter mark? A bunter mark?
Can you spell that for the court?
It's bunter.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
I'm learning all the new words.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. Will strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. We'll engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the
This is a
projectile
bench trial.
casings in the magazine.
Yes.
And what part of the gun is a magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon.
So the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. The magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part in the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered a 2 discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crimes and services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in the Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
You know, he'd actually make a semi-attractive woman. This is
Sure,
why
I'm
you
showing
don't
you
bore
nine
me. I
photographs.
start
just ask
making
that
them
you take
drag
a look at
queens.
those, and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, Counsel, Mr. Breda, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has up there.
Okay, thanks.
I
Perhaps,
thought there was an objection.
okay, perhaps when, hold on one second. Perhaps when you're done, when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradel, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them. Take your time, Mr. Bradel.
Why do you do this right before lunch? I'm falling asleep.
Why can't we stipulate to this? I mean, yeah.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection. Okay, let's have Mr. William mark those individually.
So they weren't sent to the defense before?
Exhibit 81 somewhere. Exhibit 82 somewhere.
La, 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 la,
Exhibit 83 somewhere.
Is this the same prosecutor that took over about 6 files from Lally? No, this isn't the same courthouse, I think. This is in Lancaster or something. And now this died. Come on. Even the stream got bored.
Do you recognize that picture?
Sorry.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you
Where's the
Exhibit
casing?
83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the close-up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it move?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me one moment to just catch up?
Do you need the picture?
Can you, do you mind putting that back on? Okay, thank you.
What does picture 80, Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of plaque number 4 of that spine projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from plaque number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
So do you have a photo of it inside the air
Showing you
conditioning?
Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo, that one there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't get what part of the air conditioner that's smoking. If they hit some freon or whatever you call it container.
Second Lieutenant, next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharge cartridge casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharge cartridge?
It is.
Baker, can you pause it? Okay, wait. So we have a shell casing on the bed, and we have a shell casing in the curtain. And then we have another shell casing in the corner of the room.
Was it in the corner of the room or was it outside on the ledge, the landing? I thought evidence placard 2 was outside on the landing. Maybe I got that wrong.
I think you're right about that. I'm just, how are we ending up with 3 casings? Because didn't Kelsey never get one off? She was trying to rack, and it never.
Yeah, the bullet should be on the casing. It should be a cartridge. That's the bullet with the casing. That's a cartridge. It should be, if she racks one and pops it out the chamber.
Yeah.
If you have a misfire, it strikes the pin, it doesn't go off. You re-rack, it'll throw out the entire cartridge.
Okay, that's where I was mixing up. Okay, let me write that down.
So if there is a full cartridge, yes, you can have that if she pops it. But you can't have 3 shell casings from 2 shots.
Okay, that's all right. I was
unless she had a no, because when you fire your gun, it'll inject the spent cartridge because it recycles the next one.
That's what I was trying to double check because I'm not the smartest on
only 2
force multipliers. Okay. Thank you guys.
And what did you do with the discharge cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunch of marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to
Yes.
say? And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharge cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casing and the projectile.
May I approach, Owner?
Yes. Oh.
I'm going to go destroy something outside that house.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
It's 12:30.
5-minute recess.
Now I have to go back and figure out where number 3 was.
The discharge casing around that vicinity of placard number 3.
Where's placard number
was that
3?
again?
I think discharge cartridge casing.
It is.
That's inside the room.
Number 3. The discharge.
Well, I'm trying to see where the cartridge casing is.
The picture dictates placard number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity.
I don't know. I can't see anything. It should be here because that's why you have the ruler on here.
But I don't see anything there. Am I missing something?
I think so. This is what's this? A bottle of hooch? What does it? Cider. It's cider.
I think it's Coke Zero or Diet Coke.
No, it's cider. It says cider on the.
Oh,
Cider is good if you have a little bit of you need some alcohol. There's a little bit of alcohol in that one. Then he puts it on the bed and he gets this shell casing that's supposed to be here.
all right. That's what confused me because I couldn't. He moved it, so I was okay.
But where is it?
Oh, that's what I'm wondering.
It's a silver casing. Why can't I see it? One of these things are not like the other. It's a silver casing on a brown floor, and you can't see it. No unspent bullets was found on the scene. That's why her racking the slide. Well, she could have had no bullet in the chamber, which would be weird for a cop, but because that's what Daly said. I have 18 in the holster and 1 in the chamber. But where's the? Am I losing it? Can you see it? He said it was in the vicinity. Yeah, but you don't put down an evidence marker in the vicinity of evidence. You put it down to mark.
Yeah.
So if it was in the corner, you would have put this evidence marker in the corner, taking a picture of that. You don't just put it on an empty floor and say, "Can you see the evidence I'm pointing to?" No. Well, trust me, bro. It's this evidence.
It's a 3x4 yard room. Why are we going with generalizations? Good night, nurse. It is 12 feet squared. Are we having an issue with this? I don't understand.
And this is where they pick up the bullet that was inside of her. That's all the blood on that white curtain. This is the weirdest crime scene I've ever seen.
I know.
It goes through her and gets caught in the drapes. That's the hole, and that's the projectile. That's squashed up nice and big. That took a good chunk out of her back when it went through her. I know it's just a conspiracy theory and nothing, but why do you take a... It's near the corner. It's there. I can't see it. I'm sorry. I might be blind.
Is Exhibit 82 a different?
This evidence placard, if you have a ruler, that's why you put it next to the evidence. So when you take a photo of it here, you can tell it's the same because it has the same dimensions. Where is it in the corner?
Did they put the placard over the bullet?
I don't know.
I couldn't see it. I assumed someone else could see it, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah. If I send me the same picture, maybe I can take that up and then we can blow it up because I can't see shit on this picture.
I know, it's all glary.
If you put down an evidence marker, you would that's why you have the rulers on it. It's so you can see it's the same thing and you can measure it.
She's saying that big splotch is the casing.
This is a silver casing?
That's a silver case. That looks like a turd or a knot.
Then you take this evidence marker and put it here.
Yeah,
why would you put an evidence marker over here where there's no evidence?
Yeah, that's...
It's right next to the bottle. Oh, this one. Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought it was a part of the ruler. Sorry, I'm an idiot.
It's the ruler. Oh, my goodness.
Matter, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Detective Lieutenant,
I'm done.
is it true that
See you later.
possession of a number
Oh,
of
thanks.
the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There's 2 North Andover.
You're wrong, Jemima. It's on the ruler. He put the ruler under the projectile.
Police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Noonan?
Yes.
And did you also inspect
Is this the stream just not wanting to have anything to do with it? Baker, you're muted if you're talking to us.
So what Jemima is saying, this is the projectile. Why do you have the evidence marker over here? I thought this was the projectile.
Yeah, I thought that.
Again, why would you leave a projectile marker or an evidence marker three inches away from the evidence? Why don't you just put it here if this is the evidence?
Why are we expecting good work from the troopers? At this point, the fact they didn't use a leaf blower, I'm just proud as heck, Adam.
I still want to know how many cats are involved in this.
I do need to know if they could track a cat.
Yeah, there must be cats involved because I don't get
Yes.
the rest of it. Jeepers creepers. Any
What?
Why does this format look this stupid all of a sudden? Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's why it looks so stupid.
Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Noonan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Noonan's firearm.
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes, I.
Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise. So, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Brady. So overruled. All right. So now I understand. Thank you.
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as 1 loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all 3 weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characters as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Noonan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings and the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
Thank you, Spire. The only thing missing from this case is snow, red solo cups, and a dog. I need cats. I need cats, and who, if any, flew the ambulance helicopter? Thank you so much.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
What lies beneath? What's in the box?
May I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with?
I'll do it again, Your Honor.
Okay.
I should have a trigger lock on it.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that are conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask more questions.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts Mr. Bradle, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No, Judge.
I don't know. Are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this.
I would ask that you just wait to put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
Sure. Thank you.
How about we put the gun in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box.
Yeah.
91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 magazine.
93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round.
fired.
95, test fired ammunition. 96, test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber around. You take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking, that's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17?
7. The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17.
17.
Is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it 17 plus 1. So essentially,
Boom. If this is from the black box, she never re-racked the gun.
Yeah,
this
because
can't be true. Anyone who owns a Glock 17 or whatever it is, it holds 17 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. We know this from Daily as well. When you re-rack it, 1 goes flying. Then there is 16 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. This cannot be true. If she re-racked it twice,
there should be
16 in the chamber. There's 16 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
Why is the Sate so dumb?
Well, I don't know, but they're probably going to say it's a magic bullet. It worked on
Ooh.
Daily Plaza. It's going to work with Lieutenant Daly as well.
the 18 live cartridges.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you Exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you examined this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was one loose round live
Oh,
cartridge
she
in the
can have
safe.
re-racked it once.
And that is reflected in the one loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Oh,
correct.
No, she couldn't. He emptied the chamber. So she,
How many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was one loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the
One loose round.
and the magazine.
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And
she never had a bullet in the chamber until the end. There was no bullet in the chamber when she clicked the gun the first time. Then she could have re-racked it once and loaded the chamber. She didn't re-rack it twice because Noonan made the gun safe by pulling out the gun that was in the chamber. So if it was the first click, it was an empty gun. If she then re-racks it, she only re-racked it once. Noonan clearly said twice. The math isn't mathing again.
How many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was one loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that is reflected in the one loose round cartridge. That's in Exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll
Thank you, Unbalanced Equation, for the math money.
hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective
Who the hell
Lieutenant demonstrate?
slides it back without loading
Any
it?
objection?
No.
Demonstrate with,
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
All right. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. You move the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And then in order to reset it, so right now,
Never
you
go
hit
in
that
dry.
trigger, it's not going to do anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, battery,
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen.
No.
The firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder.
Yeah.
Powder's going to build up gases. Projectors are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit an ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon, but no bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pulled the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, take your time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonasoro.
Bonasaro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me now.
Okay. And let me know and I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
Okay. And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's it.
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know.
Fitzimons more like a horny 9 inches.
And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach you? Ron?
Yeah. I'm gonna show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
He's such an idiot.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Brado, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct,
thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor. The question was the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round. Do they all have the same head stamp?
The 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp.
Correct.
Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
How many cops do you know who dry fires?
I thought that was bad, so you didn't do it, but these cops, maybe a lot.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was no there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
Okay. And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex detective unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there, and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report, and again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
That's fine. Let me ask, Mr. Brady, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have him
All
put
right.
the gun lock on?
Stand lunch recess.
Should you put the gun
Woo!
lock on?
Lunch recess. So we know his version of what happened in the room already looked a little dingy.
Yes.
We know his version of what happened before the pew-pewing was a little dingy because as I showed before, he knew that Justin Alien was downstairs. He claimed he didn't know that. Every explanation up till now has been he calmly asked to go down and make sure Justin Alien wasn't there. So he changed his story. We know she didn't re-rack the gun twice, as he said, before the first shot and before the second. That's what he said, and then he probably found out that's not really what I needed to say because that's a little stupid.
Okay, Baker, I'm not trying to be a moron, but how does a casing, if he's firing all the way on the landing, how does the casing end up in?
Remember, he was bracing against the.
Okay, that does make more sense. That's why I need you here, because it is so hard for me to kind of visualize these things, especially with how much it's changed. And
But how did she appear from behind the door when she pointed the weapon at him? What stance was she in?
the Weaver stance.
What was her body position? Standing, sitting?
Well, that's the other thing, because she was able to launch herself from a 1 foot kind of in a kneeling position to an upright position and move forward. That's a lot of forward movement. Then to move back, that's a lot of core control.
But what did he say specifically when she pointed the gun? Was she standing at that point?
She was on. No, he never said whether she stood up or got down.
He actually did. Bradle asked him. Anyone in chat caught that?
Wasn't she standing up and it was right in his face, and he asked why she didn't smack him? Or he didn't
She was
smack
standing up and then she moved to her left. She was rising. That's not what he said. He said she was standing up, pointing to his head, and then turning to the jumping to the left. That's his testimony today. The rising was from his report. Noonan said Fitzimons pulled the trigger and he heard the firearm click, but no round was fired. Fitzimons then began to stand up as Noonan pulled his firearm out of its holster. Fitzimons began to rack the firearm to chamber around. He forgot the entire part about she went 15 feet backwards. Officer Noonan gave several commands, such as drop the gun and don't do it. Noonan stated that this, blah, blah. But this is back when she behind the door. And then reappeared pointing a firearm directly at him. Noonan said Fitzimons pulled the trigger and heard, and then she was beginning to stand up, which doesn't make sense if she comes from behind the door.
Yeah, I guess that's where everything is confusing to me, because either she starts on her knees and she lunges forward on her knees, or she stands fully up and lunges. And then there's no, the virtual lawyer is correct. There's no room for her to move further leftward.
Yes, there is. You're seeing it from your perspective. He's moving to the
Oh.
right of your perspective.
Oh, fair point. As I
He's
said,
moving to the left.
Y'all know this is where you lose me, why I can't be a police officer, left and right. This would have been one of the cases where I really would have thought the state or the Commonwealth would have invested in a recreation. Maybe it's less needed because it's a bench, but for those of us who aren't very good at visualizing this, and those of us to whom left and right are barriers of logic, it would have been nice to have some sort of visual representation, which I'm sure Baker is working on with his blackboard.
I can't, because his testimony in no 3D space does it make any sense. That's my biggest problem in all of this is if you go by whatever is said in this trial. Let's just use this as a demonstrative again. You have the room, you have a box here and some crap here, and you have a chair here, and then you have the doorway, and then you have the bed that's really close to here, and then you have it here. You have the AC unit here. And he then says, he was sitting in a kneeling position, lunged behind this wall where he couldn't see her, even though he was standing here somewhere. Field of vision is pretty easy to see here. He then appears from behind the door well and in a modified Gerber grip, points the weapon straight at his face. Within 1 feet of him. He didn't squat it because he was so surprised. But when she appeared, she moved left at the same time. So she must have been standing if you're moving left. But in his report, she was kneeling. And then it dry fires, and she then goes 15 feet back because as the crow flies, there's 15 feet across this room. And when she's over here, he pulls up and re-racks the pew-pew again, and he said, don't do it. And she re-racks it again, and that's when he puts one in her chest. And that projectile is found in the curtain here, and there's a bullet hole in this AC unit. And she then ends up out here if we go by Daly's explanation, and if we go by his explanation, she ends up somewhere here.
It's almost like we...
I just want to know how it makes sense.
Well, that's the thing. The pictures don't clarify things. I mean, if we had, again, it's probably chaotic, but if anyone had snapped a picture or worn a body cam, we might understand this, because I can get that no one's, memory, even trained officers, are going to be 100% correct just because it is a stressful situation. But none of this is making sense.
No, and especially the placement of the body. That's why when I'm in court, if I don't get it, I'll do the same as I just did. I'll make small drawings and say, this just doesn't make sense. Because none of this makes sense if you look at it.
Yeah, and that's why I keep asking clarifying questions, because I know I'm bad at this. And you would think that if this Commonwealth was going to take this to a jury trial, they would have uncomplicated this.
The thing I don't get is why does he say she re-racks the gun twice? And there's 17 bullets total in the gun. Why is a trained officer leaving her weapon racked but empty? Because you can't am I getting it wrong? You can't reload a weapon that's already racked. So she would have to dry fire and then load her weapon if she gets into a situation where she needs to use her weapon. Bye, Mo. Thank you, Mossy Bear, for becoming a member. We have a box and a dry fire. It's my night in Australia. Well, sounds like someone's husband got snipped. Did she fail the first rack? That's the thing. Would that make it? Is expert still here? Because wouldn't that make a pinch if she gets it halfway through? Anyone who knows anything about... Are you at your computer, Valhalla? Because I need to ask a question about weapons. And I don't know enough about them. The question is, first of all, she clicks her gun, which means she had it racked when she kept it in her gun safe. She has a full magazine, none in the chamber, but she has primed the firing pin. Okay? Which I find is really, really not tactically smart for a cop to go around with a loaded, well, not a loaded gun, with a primed gun with no round in the chamber, because when you fire, you don't get the blowback and the automatic loading for the next weapon or for the next round. So she would have to rack the slide anyway. So why would you have racked the slide so you can make it go click? And then you would still have to re-rack. You could just not have racked the gun. That's the thing I don't get. And if she makes a partial rack, and that's why it wasn't expended, wouldn't that make a pinch? Because if she gets it halfway back, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's my problem, and especially for a police officer. I'm not I'm cocking my empty chamber, because then I'll have to cock it again before I can fire my first round. And if she then semi-racks it, but doesn't get it all the way through, if she then gets it one more time, wouldn't the first round have been partially in the chamber and then get expelled for the second one? If the chamber was empty, there more likely wouldn't have been a click because the chamber was empty. Well, if the firing pin will still go forward and make a click. Less pressure if you pre-rack. But again, we're talking about a trained police officer. We know Officer Daly said, I have 18 rounds in my weapon, 17 in the mag, 1 in the chamber. It would likely not pinch depending on the firearm, obviously. But would it expel the one if you partially load it and then you load it again? Would that expel the first one? It's a Glock 9, yes. Because that's the next question. Because if she gets it partially and then she has to re-rack it again. The first feeder, would that be expelled to put in the next one? I think Glock 17. She probably did that when she put the magazine in, forgot to chamber around. No, because she had cocked the gun. Yeah, that's my problem. Just turn your mic down. Again, if you half cycle, the bullet will, the cartridge will start to load up. Even if you don't get it in correctly, it'll still be traveling towards the chamber. And then you rack it again. That would expel the one that was partially there, I think.
I would have thought so, but I could be wrong.
Oh, your mic is really shitty now. Now you're in a tin can. It's a Glock, though, double action. Yeah, but the problem is she had it cocked with no bullet in the chamber. So when no matter how much she double fired, triple fired, quadruple fired, it will never slide the slide back and load around, because you need the blowback to drive the we call them the bottom piece, but slide back and then push up a cartridge. That's the motion you make when you do it with your hand. You pull it back, a cartridge pops up, and you chamber it into the barrel of the gun. And then the the firing pin stays back, and it'll hit it. The projectile goes that way. The slide goes back again. It ejects the spent cartridge, and then it feeds the next one. So if you half cock it, the one in the magazine is starting to poke up. And if you then slide it forward, either you can jam it or you can't really feed it, and then you slide it again. It would expel the one that didn't go in.
Well, that was
Why would
my
it jam
question.
once she pulls the slide? It should eject before engaging the reload function. Hala, can you get to your computer? Because I don't understand pistols well enough to figure this one out.
Well, but if the cartridge that's going up is kind of half in, half out, couldn't it jam it?
That's the one I think if it would pinch it, you can pinch around in the chamber, and then you rack it again, and it expels the pinched round. That's when Valhalla, every time he was on the 50 cal, he probably did this a million times because they are notorious for jamming up. So they have to rack it a few times to get a few rounds through, and then they can start firing again. Yeah, stovepipe is also what you call it.
Now, are Glocks notorious for stovepiping? Because this was
No,
her service.
Glock is a very trusty weapon.
Okay.
Yeah, headspace and timing is key for the 50. The 50 is a shitty weapon. It sounds good, but it's shitty. Stop masturbating.
You will go
Hellfish, are you? No, but they know weapon. They've
Well,
shot
yes.
more shots than most people. But it's just because I don't get. It's yeah, I know he said she didn't get, but again,
Hellfish, make this make sense.
got a new avatar. That's annoying. I sent you a link, Hellfish. That's the saying, right? Going off half cocked. No, that's when you have a like a
gun.
6-shooter, because there's a locking mechanism where you half cock it, and then you'll have to fire it. it's a different mechanism. It's just Val is working on a not dry shoot. Yes. It's just if you have a cowboy pistol, a 6-shooter, you have one cock that you pull it back, then you can spin the cylinder and then you can load it up. Then you can half cock it and then you can full cock it. Some of them you even have another one. The half cock is normally like the safety position, but you can still accidentally. That's why they always leave one round empty in the chamber, unless you're Alec Baldwin. But that's why you leave one chamber empty on a 6-shooter, because they are notorious for going off. Hadn't you just had them returned after the PPD? I'm curious about what shape they were in after having been stored for some months. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the other question. They were just returned to her. Were they returned in working order?
Well, it was in working order. Yes, a revolver. Sorry. My weapon tech son is home and explained it to me.
Oh.
It's there's a movie called Debbie Does Dallas. You can see all cocked in that one. Well, Court is not coming back. We are on lunch break. Learned all about half-cocking Gutierrez and Baldwin. Yeah, but that's notoriously one of the problems with a revolver back in the cowboy days. Not as much with the modern, because they are made safer, but you had to pull it back to secure it. So there's not a lot of cocking in Porky's. There's a lot of pulling on a chicken in that one. I'll remember that mole everywhere. Oh, Palola's mom, you're so nice.
Thank you.
Work is really getting in my way from watching today. I'm so sorry. It's Kirsten. Sorry. Now we just need Mr. MP to come in and tell us, because he knows guns.
Yeah, I will say the state has been odd.
Can you hear us? Can you make it make sense for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us.
And now again.
Oh.
Can you explain? Can you explain it to us?
Okay, so they said that they had a full magazine in plus one.
No, a full magazine and a cocked gun.
So if you have when you put the magazine in right away, you're going to have a round that's going to be sitting right there on the top, ready to be in chambered. So if you already have the gun cocked back, it's going to go up and it's going to slide into the chamber immediately. So that's why they have it cocked back. So that way, when you slap the magazine in, you don't have to pull back to chamber the round. You just pull the trigger forward and it'll chamber the round.
So you don't have to pull it back to release the first. Then how the hell can it dry fire, get re-racked twice, and there's still 17 rounds in the gun?
So one thing that doesn't make any sense either, in Massachusetts, you can only have 10-round magazines.
Well, this is police, so it's a service weapon.
But so when you put it in and you pull it back, you're gonna chamber the round. And like you said, even when you go to pull back, a half cock, it's gonna eject the round. So I don't understand how you still have 17 rounds in it if you pull back and fired.
I'm just gonna make one of my world-renowned drawings because I'm not sure I get everything, and we're not allowed to show any pew-pews. So this is what we call the bottom piece, but the slide or whatever you call the thing that goes backwards. There's a spring here that you pull it back, and it'll lock on the spring. And then when this is locked in the backwards position, as soon as you put in a magazine, it'll feed one into the chamber.
Yep.
How do you dry fire with one, and then you re-rack it? Then there should be 15 in the magazine, one in the chamber, and one on the floor. Right?
The only way they could, dry fire is, if it was, a safety on, and you're clicking, you're not actually.
But then there would be no
firing
click
pin.
because the slide wouldn't go forward when you have the safety on. That locks the slide back.
Yes, you wouldn't be able to fire. So it doesn't make sense how. So somebody's lying then.
Okay.
They should have at least found one, even if it didn't fire. They should have found one live round on the floor.
Yes.
One in the chamber, and 15 in the magazine. If it was a full magazine inserted.
Yes.
So do we think she had the safety on? So she was maybe trying to, if she didn't, she was pointing, again, it doesn't make sense, but if she was trying to only hurt herself, was she messing or manipulating the force multiplier, but not doing exactly what he thought she was doing?
And then the other thing too is saying that she had the, pressed against the forehead on the, and on the Beretta, if you push against the top of the pistol, it actually shuts it off. You can't fire it. It's an additional safety on there. So if it's pressed against something, it won't fire.
No
Even if
manual
the
safety on the clock. But then
Thanks for
if
that.
there's
I
no
didn't know that.
if there's no manual safety on the clock, and could she have not so she racks it and then puts in the magazine and doesn't put it in all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says click when because that could happen if
the magazine's low enough that it's not feeding around.
Yeah. Then she does this and re-racks it.
Mm-hmm. Because he was saying she does the slap tap.
Yeah. Because she dry fired and then the bolt is forward and then she has to pull it back again. But then if he says she does it twice, even if she slips on doing it, there would be an ejecting casing still, because the first one would have half inserted into the chamber.
Yeah, the one that didn't fire, that bolt's gonna eject.
Yeah, even if she only pulls it back halfway, one of them will start to go up. That's why it can stovepipe.
Yeah.
And we agree this doesn't make sense if you have a pew-pew in your hand. She could have dry fired because she didn't insert the magazine properly. But then if she just half cocks it and then cocks it fully after, there would be one spent bullet in the room. Unspent
The other thing
bullet
too,
in the
for
room.
usually if there's no magazine in and you cock it back, it usually will stay back.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she puts in the magazine, as you say, and then she slaps it, and then one goes up, which still doesn't make sense because you carried in your job. You would have one in the chamber most of the times, and then you would have a full magazine with it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
So, we had 15 and then the one extra.
Yeah. So a cop who racks the slide and slaps in the magazine, you're one shot down already. And one thing, that's another thing, what Noonan says, well, we stop shooting when a perp goes down. No, you stop shooting when you know he's dead or he's not moving anymore, because even though she's slumped over, she can still start firing. That's why everyone says, why does police shoot so much? Because that's their job. You fucking keep going till
Yeah, you go until the threat's eliminated.
yeah. It's I'm
Especially,
No,
in
hold
a
on.
situation like that where it's, it's one person able to, to go home or not. If you're basing it on, kill or be killed in that situation, you're not gonna stop if you're gonna continue until, like I said, the threat in that situation is eliminated.
Anime says no, it would not lock back without a magazine in it. The follower in the mag is what activates the slide lock. So you couldn't do the pull back and slap. You couldn't have loaded it before you inserted the magazine the first time.
So she has it in. She's got to have it not be in the. It's got to not be seated. That's going to be the malfunction that she had. Is the clip must not be inserted properly in the well.
Who the hell has a Glock who Valhalla, you lazy bastard. I'm out here doing goat yoga. I don't have the time. Where's the expert? He I know he's a anti-gun, but he knows a lot about what he doesn't like.
Yeah, because we had Berettas.
Yeah, and this is Glock, but because that's what cops use because they're so reliable.
Well, that's why I was wondering if the Glock, because I figured the Glock would have to be a pretty good weapon for most police officers to use it.
And then there's another fan here that wants to say hello real quick.
Hey.
This is Emily.
Hey, Emily.
Yeah, everybody.
Can you wave? There's 300 people looking at you now.
Great, you can wave.
And I was in one cool game called ABC Mouse.
She's playing ABC Mouse.
Oh, cool.
You can go back to
And we're
playing the
just
game.
disturbing you. Oh, yeah.
Between her and my service dog, when I'm talking to the computer, they're both like, what are you doing over there? You look crazy.
Well, at least you have a computer in front of you. You're not just talking to the wall this time.
That's true.
Likely the slide was put into battery after the mag was removed and the chamber was cleared. I don't know what that means.
ABC Mouse is great. It's like a program, like it's an app for the phone, and like it rewards the kids. You can set the different paths, whether it's like she's doing the letters, sounding out the letters, so she knows what each letter sounds like right now. And then they do like a story time where they do a thing where you paint the uppercase and the lowercase. It's nice to find an app that's educational and not just like AI, like rot.
Well,
Yeah, and that actually helps them understand stuff.
Well, I guess my question is more of a kind of a muscle memory thing. If legitimately what happened in his story happened, you essentially have a force multiplier in your face. My first instinct would probably be to fire back. I mean,
Yeah, but that's another thing. Again, for those of you who don't know, please go support Hellfish. He is a veteran. He used to be military police, but we allow him on anyway. As an officer, if you came to a place where one person is 1 feet in front of you, of course you get a shock and it says click. Are you letting them create 15 feet distance between you and them, or are you breast tackling them the instant you have a chance to do it?
So in protected service school, we worked on the 21-foot rule, and it was basically if you're within 21 feet of a person and they don't have the weapon, pulled or drawn out or pointing at you, you can make it to them and tackle them before they're able to pull up and get a shot, no matter what. Like no matter how fast they can draw, you can run that 21 feet. So the 21-foot rule is, if they don't have the weapon drawn, you're going at them instead of trying to draw and shoot.
Yeah, and again, he's saying he's standing right inside the door. He's right outside the door. First thing, slap the weapon when she tries to bring it up, and then just hammer her straight in the face. She's 110 pounds. If he can just land one, she's going down like a bolt piston to a cow. I don't understand his entire story. Again, you're not a police officer, but you're a military police. It doesn't make sense, first of all, that she can move around in the room where he has no. We knew we were going to section her, and then we're going to section her, as he said. So he already knows they most likely had to put her in a loony bin for a checkup. You let her walk around in a house without having her secured or the surroundings secured. And then when she produces a boomstick, your choice is, hey, let me just stand still and yell at her. He said 1 feet from her, or 1 foot from her. That's he lets her backtrack while she keeps trying to chamber around. I can't. There's no way you wouldn't instinctively just rush her. It makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense. The whole procedure doesn't make sense. They didn't secure the weapons. They knew she was volatile, knew she'd been sectioned before. And the first thing wasn't to not just take her word for it, but then they let other people onto the scene, the mom, the ex. None of that makes sense for a domestic call where you already know that there's a heightened, awareness that there might be issues.
And, you always want to, when you respond to a scene, you want to have more, than a one-on-one. You've got, multiple officers there. I don't know why, you don't have 2 officers staying with her.
No, she's the danger.
Where it was on a one-on-one.
And the story about, she didn't want Justin to come up to her. So an officer, even though there's an officer posted downstairs, they send an officer down and say, hey, he can't come upstairs. Again, you are afraid she's going to go chew. First of all, why don't you put her in a nice pair of bracelets and put her into the car and says, Justin is going to come here. Your mom is going to have the baby. Justin is going to pick up the baby. You will just be put in a police vehicle and then you'll be released. You are just detained until the baby has been transferred to Justin. Why don't you do that, first of all? Second of all, you let her walk all over the house just because she said, my weapons is in the basement. How many times have you gone into a situation where someone said, no, I don't have any drugs, and they have drugs?
You can't. You gotta trust but verify.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's blocked firing pin called a striker is put into a half-cocked position anytime the slide is moved all the way back. There's no manual decock like on some Beretta pistols.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Well, again, where does most police officers get hurt? In domestic cases. It's the most volatile things you will get to as a police officer. It's where most police officers get in trouble. It's in a domestic case. You have been told this woman is threatening to do really, really bad stuff. And you walk into the scene, you know you're going to section her. We know that for Noonan. He said, and then we're going to section her. So you already had that in the back of your mind. This lady is crazy. We need to get her to the hospital. Because she had been sectioned in a previous TV incident in 2025 and in April, I believe it was. Crazy April. But again, so she can, with her postpartum, she might have been acting erratically in a DV situation. So you think, okay, this is what we're going to come out to again. She was cleared, but she's still kind of loopy. So we need to put her back in the loony bin. And what do? You bring 3 civilians into the house. You just let 3 civilians walk into the room. You don't know if the mom is carrying. No one pats down the mom and says, you have to stay out. We're conducting police business. You let Justin and his sister. Why the fuck is his sister allowed to come into the house? They just walk in like it.
That's wild. You know, when you
Yeah.
pull up on a domestic, you know, you're supposed to pull up, you know, no lights and sirens, you know, you're coming up, you're, you know, trying to make everything de-escalate from the moment you get there. And, you know, you go in there, you separate the people, you know, you have it so that way when you're even talking with, you know, if you're talking with her and your partner's talking with him, you guys have eyes on each other and you keep the two that are, you know, fighting, you know, looking away from each other so that way they don't escalate the situation.
And that's again because you have two men on her all the time until they are upstairs in a room where he clearly isn't watching her. He's looking down the stairs. And then he turns around and she's standing over in the corner of the room and he says, "Don't do it." Because you don't say, "Don't do it," if this is it. You'll say, "Don't shoot."
Or please don't, or you know, and anything at that point, especially if you've worked with the person and you know you want to humanize it and you know get them to not do it.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
put
there
your.
be... Go ahead, Baker.
No, but you will. Yeah, you want to have them remember. It's me. It's me. Remember me? I just hold your baby.
Well, and are there different procedures when an officer is involved? Are there different things that you take if you know, I know it's not maybe common, but if you know that there's a fellow officer that you have to serve something to?
I mean, for that, it's automatically going to be heightened because you know that they have weapons, you know that they're trained in them, and so you would be bringing an extra person, in that aspect, from the get-go. You want to make sure that you're protecting yourself in the situation by making sure you've got the extra personnel, and that the situation could go badly because of what they have.
And I know I said it was a domestic situation, and people are reacting to that, but it is kind of like a domestic situation because you're bringing the person who gets a restraining order to the house where you expect her to be in a very heightened state of distress. That's why I compare it to a domestic situation. And again, they were not there to serve a section order, but he said, and then we're going to section her, which means they wanted to escalate it to make her seem insane so they could section her and Justin would have that to use against her in probate court. I'm 1,000,000% sure that was what they went into the house. Sadly, her psyche said, and she did this. And to cover up a bad shooting, they made up the story about, no, she was pointing a gun while moving around in the room like a ninja.
And I know Massachusetts is a very, mother first option for separations and for folks. And so, for him to be putting all this stuff together to, try to build his case, it's just, it's really, gross to see, and like to see, his family members, pushing it and, laying the foundation for, her to be looked, in less favor when they get in front of the judge at the family court.
Yeah. And no, they have no body cams in this precinct either. They have the funding for it, but they just didn't get it. And another thing, why I started thinking about the sectioning, Courtney is the one she fights with at the Jack and Jill party. And she arrives at the house. And I'm pretty sure they were probably mouthing off downstairs. And yeah, you'll get pretty fucking angry. I would. This asshole has just left me 3 hours in a park with my baby, stopped responding to my calls, and now he's serving a restraining order. And that bitch who threw shit in my bags when we were on a Jack and Jill party, I'm gonna fuck her up. I'm just seeing enhancer on enhancer on enhancer from the police. And still they were like, nah, she's not going to do anything really. We just need her to holler and scream so we can put her in handcuffs and section her. They didn't expect her to pull a weapon. That's the thing.
But you know that you have a trained officer, so I don't get how you're supposed to be watching this person. What's the one thing you never lose track of? Their hands. He was watching her wrap things up. He wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, and again, part of the RO was secure her weapons. What do they do? Oh, I'll just go around the house alone. Why isn't the first thing you say, okay, show us your weapons in the gun safe? Or we're just going to put you in a pair of handcuffs until everything is secure, just to make sure nothing happens to anyone. Or we're going to sit here in the room till your mom comes, picks up the baby, and then we put you in handcuffs and we walk around, just make sure everything is okay. Of course, nothing is going to happen. Why do you let a woman wander around when you're there to take her weapons? My bunkmate in Bosnia, he started liking sleeping pills a little too much. We removed his weapon, and my weapon was, my girlfriend was deployed at the same time. My weapon was in her room because we didn't trust him, and they didn't want to put him home because there was only like 2 months left on deployment. So let the guy ride it out. But we took away his weapons because we didn't trust him around weapons because we had live ammo, of course, if anything happened. And it's just weird that police officers would, even though she's a colleague, would say, nah, just go around and no one knows what's in the house. Oh, there's a gun safe in the baby's closet. Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh, there's a box there that we don't check if the gun safe has a weapon in it.
If Justin's there, why not even ask him? Doesn't he know what's there?
Yeah. Did they even have a search warrant to do that? Yes, she was ordered to give over her weapons. So she has to turn over her weapons. Then, of course, but still, there's a lockbox. Apparently, because it must have been out in the open, if she just dodged in, grabs it, which is amazing. He's looking right at her. He said, I never took my eyes off her. She jumps in there. She opens the box. She pulls out the pew-pew and then comes out, standing up, even though she was on the ground just before. And then is 1 feet away from her with the firearm. And he doesn't really do anything because she moves to the left. And then he just lets her backslide while she's... And again, I have a big problem with that. For a 110-pound woman...
And she just gave birth, 4 months ago too. So now she's doing all these tactical moves.
Rack it down towards the floor because then you can push with your dominant hand and you can pull with your less dominant. Why wouldn't? I know you. So you can keep it on target. Yeah, but then you fuck it up. Then you have to take it down anyway. It just makes no sense. To the left. To the left. Everything you own is a button. Box to the left. Nobody is noticing what I am on this panel. What?
I know. Well, that's what I was trying to read it. It's like all of us trying to look for the daggone shell casing. We're all confused.
Yeah. Who's on the panel? Is that Hellfish's burner account when he's catfishing young men?
I saw something that like people using AI and they're creating these like TikTok accounts and they're creating social media accounts and getting millions of people to follow them and it's just an AI person doing something and it's just an AI female and like make a 20-year-old girl or make a 25-year-old girl and like they're just making all sorts of money just from AI people.
I'm not going to bring any names into it, but a famous online chef who's heavily featured over on Ricada's channel was one of these fake AI girls with a big scar over her eye and would you still love me and would you love me? You know how sad it is when you are a famous YouTuber that you reply to those fucking AI pictures. And then you can check now, where is this account from? Oh, I think they said I'm a German girl. An account in Cyprus. It's a guy who's just sitting there getting paid.
Yeah. Like when they do like the weird things for like, you know, soldiers, and like you'll see the name tape and it'll be all like garbled up, and you'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, I can't believe they're doing this to our soldiers. I can't, pray for our soldiers and do this. And it's like it's nothing about it. It's just, it's AI, and it's not even good AI.
No, and it's they're just, it's so sad. They're just pulling money out of people and getting all the clicks and views. But hey, people are dumb enough. It's the same. There's a lot more millionaires on OnlyFans than there is on YouTube. So that's a big problem. But no, I don't think we will ever figure out what it. Again, there's one bullet too many in the magazine, in my calculation. You want to be an influencer as well. Attempt Slack rap without getting a good enough rack to chamber around. Yes, my stolen YouTube valor. I love that. They just wanted that baby and put Kelsey away, and it all backfired. Yes, this is what my thing is. They were setting, because we heard the phone calls. Oh, she's so dangerous. She's going to hurt the baby. She's going to do a lot of bad stuff, and she's going to unalive you. Again, if you have a credible threat against the police officers and they just walk in willy-nilly, again, it's a lot of bad police procedure. But hey, you're allowed to be a shitty cop. But to me, it just seems like they wanted her sectioned because that would look good in probate. Oh, she was sectioned before for domestic, and now she's sectioned again because she's such a danger to the kid. When we came out there to pick up the kid, she went absolutely ballistic. I'm sorry, but it just seems way too much like a setup, in my opinion.
And they said too that, they'd already put in papers about, him, and his, poor parenting and his, situation. So it's like were they retaliating, or were they, building their case, and pushing it that much more?
Yeah. And that's that's, but why the hell? She's a coworker. Back the blue, the thin blue line. No. Push her under the bus.
Well, I guess that's my underlying question. Why do the aliens have so much pull, and why was Kelsey Fitzimons, treated like an outsider when she was born in the town? I mean, this isn't a Karen Reed so much situation. Why was there so much animosity?
Was Kelsey part of the sexual harassment issue with the chief or prior chief?
She had one complaint that was settled outside of court. I don't know what it is about, but she did file a complaint, I believe. So
I don't know if that had an affecting with like the good old boys club in the town, because a lot of the departments in the local towns are is basically you've got your cliques, and if you're not in the clique, you're not going to get the good jobs, you're not going to get the good details, and you'll just be the person sitting there at night shift on your own.
Yeah, you don't get to go on leave and then still do detailed work and get extra pay for that. But that's not an inducement or anything. That's no. He had no reason to do anything. Change his story again, just because he was on medical leave and still allowed to do some detail work, which pays better.
The detail work is absolutely crazy. Like these guys make more of their money from details than anything. There's two things in mass that make a police officer's money more worth it, is the details and the Quinn bill. So the Quinn bill basically says if you have an associate's degree, you get 10% of your base pay just written to you every year in February. Boom, here's 10% of your thing. If you have a bachelor's degree, you get 15. If you have a master's, you get 20. So the Quinn bill was a huge thing that happened, and they had this college right next to Canton called Curry, and a lot of Mass State police officers are actually the instructors there, and it was called Curry in a Hurry, and folks would just get in there, you got your criminal justice degree, so that way you could get the extra money from the Quinn bill, and all these cops were just going there and getting stamped for their degrees. And that Quinn bill, it got it's stopped now, but everybody that's still grandfathered in on it, those guys make the killing.
We had that we had a like a professional extra money we got when we got deployed. If you had like a trade, you would get an extra pay because hey, you're a tradesman, so because everyone is a rifleman and everyone can work in a kitchen or whatever. But if you had a degree or a trade that related to the job you were in, you got an extra pay. I think it was 105 Danish a month. That was probably like $20. That's where you really make some money.
Like the details too are like crazy. Like, going through the Reserve Academy, I was gonna be able to do details right out of it, but I wound up going to Iraq on my second tour instead of starting with the reserves for the police department. But you could do the details with that as soon as you finish the Reserve Academy, and you go out there and you do 1 hour and you're guaranteed 3. After 3 hours, you're guaranteed 6. Anything over 6 hours is time and a half. Anything over 8 hours is double time.
But wasn't that the racket that Aiden and talking about Aiden? This is the officer who testified he was right-handed. I don't know. I'm right-handed. I carry my watch on the left hand, so I don't know if again, so many things doesn't make sense in Massachusetts.
And they do. These guys that they're sitting there, the cruiser for the whole detail too. We don't have flaggers like a lot of the states do. So we have if you're doing a detail, if you're the electricity department, anything that's out there, on the road has to have a police officer detail if it involves traffic. So you drive down the highway and you see these construction sites, and you see 8 or 9 different state police cruisers, and it's like every certain amount of feet there has to be one, and like all it's doing is just sitting in the cars, and they're breaking up the money on that.
How much was it Brian Albert made this last year before his retirement? That was insane amount of money he made. 350,000 or something like that.
And the other thing too is, even though he's retired, he can still go and do details.
Really?
Well, he took over for that PI's company that got shut down. So so now he's a PI.
Yeah, we have
TOS
guys that are in our VFW that are retired from their departments, and they still go and do details because they they keep you as an officer in like the reserve side, so that way you can still get that money and still do the extra on the side.
Yesterday on Massa, Brett Happens asked if he was left-handed or right-handed based on the way he said he was shooting Kelsey. Yeah, that's another thing, because he said he was resting the gun against the
door frame.
The door frame, but that would lock your predominant hand. Would you ever?
Yeah, because he said he
Would you do
was
that?
putting all of his weight. That's what I was trying to figure out. How he. That's why Mr. Mo.
He's right-handed.
tagged
He's
me in
going
laces.
against the door.
Yeah, he says he's going against the door frame. He's leaning all his weight on the door frame. Does that make? Wouldn't you, if you were left-handed, then you could brace your support hand against the door frame? Would you push your gun hand up against?
No, because even ejecting
Maybe
the,
if you
the
have a
round, it's gonna
side
bounce
light?
off the door frame and come back at you.
Yeah, get it right in your eye.
Mm.
And that's another thing. If he says he was on the land, no, because he said he shot her when she was. So the blast can fly around inside the room because he must have had the weapon inside the room, even if he put it against the door frame. Let's say he had the door frame here, so the ejection port would be in the room. It's just none of this makes sense. The more I think about it, that's the problem. Hellfish, I asked you on to fix it for us, and you just come on and say, I don't know. What the hell is this all about? Well, I knew a guy who was we called it link shot, which means left in German, but he was link shot, but he was everything else he did with the right, but he shot with his left hand, and he couldn't tell you why, but that's how he did it, which was really dumb because every charging handle in Denmark is right hand dominant. So I'm so old. We had an old FNL rifle, really great rifle. Way better than the AR, but that was 7.62. You could feel you shooting with it, but he would have to do the. That never looked good.
Reaching over it. Oh,
yeah, especially when you're having. No, you can't. No, because it's standard issue, and it was one of those where you slap. You. It's not like the AR where you had it. Just a pullback. It was one of those where you racked it down a part of the pipe, and then you would slap it forward again. That was a great weapon.
all right. I think this guy needs to go.
Yeah,
Oh, you.
and court is supposed to be. Mo, we didn't get any. We'll have to go off camera and eat while they go.
Yeah, but I mean, this makes more sense because it doesn't make any sense, but at least you explaining how it doesn't make sense makes it more understandable sense.
Yeah, and again, I wish the expert, he's sleeping. It's only like 2:00, so he's sleeping. Because I know he's a really big anti-gun nut, and but he knows about Glocks. So, but thank you so much, Hellfish, and everyone. Please go show Hellfish some love. How did people say we're trying to get you over 100 subscribers?
Yeah, we got to. We're at 151 right now.
At 151, we are 295 people here. Let's get him over the next 100. Go in there.
That would be great. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And, thanks for having me
Come
on.
on. Already subbed a while back. That's good. Well, there's still enough 50 people here to get him to the next 100.
Emily, you want to say bye?
Bye. Have a great day, Emily. Here's the link in my channel. I think Jemima is your mod as well, so you can probably drop it over there.
That would be
So,
awesome. Jedi Jess.
JMR, you go in and then you unsub and then you sub again so he gets a new sub. Come on now. How hard can it be?
Thank you guys. Talk to you guys soon.
Have a great night. A great day, sorry. It's night here.
I know
That
it's
was the
like,
wrong one.
oh,
Yeah. And if you don't know Hellfish, he is a veteran from a few deployment as well. He used to be in the military police, and he has a channel that focuses on helping veterans, especially veterans who kind of like Kelsey Fitzimons might have a dark day and do something they shouldn't do. And he has a lot of awareness that he tries to raise about that. So please and thank you. If you would go, just show him some love because he's a good guy, and a lot of good guys don't get the following they should. So you should go and check him out. Where do I live? I live in Denmark. Thank you, Deirdre. You can't get blocked on this channel. We all have emotional trauma, don't need to be a veteran. Exactly, but he is trying to raise awareness about veterans because, again, there's, because it's a macho world, there's a lot of, we don't talk about it. And he's trying to show it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to ask for help. My psych eval was 400 people sitting in one room, and they were just, anyone wants to see a shrink? Raise your hand. You just came home after a tour in a war zone. Not one guy is going to sit in a room and say, yeah, I really want to do it. And the next time I got asked if I needed to talk to a shrink was 10 years later. So even in Denmark, where we have all of this amazing healthcare, we treat our veterans like shit as well. So support a good dude supporting other good dudes.
Yeah, that was the one part that I found really confusing about Noonan, because he kind of made this big spiel on direct about, wanting to impart all of his wisdom. And then he got visibly angry when Bradel asked about PTSD. He's like, I never talked about that.
Yeah, and then he did.
Yeah, it just, that part, it didn't, maybe he didn't want to talk about his feelings, or maybe he's cultivated this macho thing, but that part, the way he responded so vehemently was just very odd to me.
Yeah, it seemed really odd.
Kelsey Fitzimons matter, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, and I think we left off during cross.
Yes. May I resume your?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective Bonasaro, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another, or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right, okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay? Who did you get, and again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the
Sure.
worksheet notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
It's just because I'm so miserable all the time, you sit there and feel better. Anime, I can't wait to see what it is you're typing. He's been typing for the last 5 minutes. He's probably writing his resignation letter.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got this right.
These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Noonan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Noonan's gun?
Why?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Noonan's firearm, and I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Noonan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report from item 1-1. So it's the magazine from Noonan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion.
Of course, it was an error.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan,
Right.
1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time. I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Noonan.
Okay, but that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody references from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Then 1-5, is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box-style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey?
Miss Officer Fitzimons?
Fitzimons, yes.
And then you have a box magazine 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from 1-9, from Ms. Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do two removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the two discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings. Yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those two discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Noonan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other two, unlike the discharge cartridge, discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That's my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what? Breech face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breech face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breech face. Breech face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you. And come up and call your next witness.
Timothy Houston.
That was the one that was loose in the box.
Yes.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud, right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, did you, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I know gun science is really, really boring, but sprite it up a little bit. We are also tracking. At least you've been outside getting coffee and walking around. Come on, brother.
Well, this is Mr. Houston.
He looks like, who's that actor?
Ben Affleck.
Always, no, he always plays a simpleton.
Oh, Tim Gunn's brother.
Is it Tim Gunn's brother? Can you Google Tim Gunn's brother?
Yes, I can.
No. Shut up, Google. No, I'll figure it out. Belrowski,
Okay.
I know you're in Spain, but check it out. It's the guy, knocking back grandpa's cough medicine. Give me a taste of that from Dumb Dumber, the police officer.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name.
The police officer in Dumb Dumber who drinks the piss.
I have no idea. My brain is.
Went to the
We'll
Army.
figure it out.
I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant.
Talk about your military service.
Sergeant team leader. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job.
Harlan Grange, I think. But yes, oh dear goodness, that's him.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I'm sorry, you don't say people bringing their spouses their dog. That's just inappropriate.
Well, it's 2026, Baker. It could be one and the same, their spouse and their dog.
Yeah, or maybe your wife kind of looks like a dog. I know in Camden, a lot of the wives looks like horses, but still.
Jen, Jen. At night, I wake up and I just hear Jen.
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We are working that day.
Yes.
And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Noonan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
by cell phone.
Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Newton?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Noonan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, and it parked in a strange way, I called Officer Noonan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
My only memory is what I updated Officer Noonan with, just the circumstances of why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before. So, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place. We're taking her firearms. We got to take the baby, give them to Justin. So we thought with her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well. And, we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay.
Did someone instruct him to say sectioned a lot?
Yeah. Can someone instruct him to stop banging on the desk? It's annoying.
Yeah, but it feels like someone told him, you better say she previously sectioned, because Noonan and Daly didn't do it enough.
Yeah, but
Oh, she was taken in under DV.
Needs coffee.
Served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, though.
When you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches. Had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
What was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, you know, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, you know, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all? at that
Yes, I
point?
did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere. And I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty. And Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
So we told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, you know, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Noonan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following her around the house?
That's correct.
Was it? Why was that?
It was still, we're still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Noonan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Noonan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs. There's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room. Has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it and started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point she heard a female's voice downstairs and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
Okay. And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice, and she said, "I don't want him in the house." And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
But you were informed beforehand that they would call Justin to the scene. And now you're saying, oh, this would escalate the situation. So again.
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Noonan also with you?
Yeah,
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Noonan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, all right, Justin's, I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside.
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights are off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. Lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Noonan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Noonan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Noonan and I said, like, you get up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually.
Okay.
Just didn't want anything further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment,
Objection.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for. There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, maybe he and Noonan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out. Okay. Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay. Would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second. There's an objection. To strike what?
Not responsive. It's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and frankly news to the defense.
Okay. So first things first.
First of all, you come up there, you just had a pew-pew. What happened? He pulled out a weapon, fired it, re-racked it, and tried to kill me. Or did you say, oh my fucking God, she pulled a gun?
Yeah, because that's different. That's very, very different.
Yeah, because
Pulling
of
on-
course he said every single line that really makes this an okay shooting. He lunged behind, she did a burpee, and she dry fired, and she danced around in the room, she re-racked it and everything. Or did you say, she pulled a gun on me? I could buy it. She pulled a gun on me. But this entire shit, so it fits up with what he said? Come on now.
On the hearsay issue, Mr. Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
They're known for their timelines in
The rest of your
Massachusetts.
objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to reuse.
So
I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
And I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay.
To refresh his memory, yes.
All right, well, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just going to ask you to look behind you.
But just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, racked trigger, etc. So you can have him clarify.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I get you that one moment.
Should take your time.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm politely saying is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, you know, a battered woman or something where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Noonan that this happened. This is something completely different that the statement happened, I mean, Your Honor, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Noonan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
all right, so the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Noonan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of. and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet. We're
Okay.
not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on, and you saw Officer Noonan, did he?
Sit back and see what happened.
Did you get it?
How far back was that?
Kelsey.
Else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradle articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on the record, it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning. So,
all right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Noonan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Noonan or Lieutenant Daly. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Noonan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing. She was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED. I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that. Handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me one moment.
Sure. Just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw.
Marissa, I put that on my as well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's new.
I think Noonan might have said something like it as well, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's totally different from what Daly said. No. He was asked if Kelsey asked Noonan why, and he said, I don't remember. And that's what he remembered saying.
Yeah, I'll have to look back at my notes because I thought One
No,
was
the gun was by her left leg. I'm sorry, I don't want. I'm sorry, I want to die, is what he claims she said. And now he's saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
yeah, the I want to die with someone because I think Noonan said, I'm sorry, I hurt.
Yeah, it's I hit him, all over again.
Yes.
Everyone has three different stories. Again, Noonan was making security and flagging her down while he went over and tended to her, while he was sitting next to her, holding her hand, and she was looking at him with a dead stare. And now Houston comes in and he's saying, oh, she pointed a gun at me and she racked it twice, and then she jumped around like la cucaracha on a hot stove. Every cop has a different story.
Officer Noonan, did he have his gun out?
Are we talking about when I came up with the med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzimons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't. I mean, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take them downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand.
And where did that occur?
On the landing.
Upstairs?
Upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Noonan yell Kelsey?
Correct.
And that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? It was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Yeah, pretty quick.
Whoops, Noonan.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Did she say, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself?
She did not say that.
Just, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about Section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're going to be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Miss Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Miss Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just, it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was going to react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's the first one who actually seemed to care a little bit about her.
In the limited sense that he cares about anything. I
Yeah.
don't think this man has ever smiled.
Well, he had one brief stint in 1998. He saw a toddler slip on some ice, and he cracked a, just.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you're.
If I didn't already hear Nonan's testimony, this would be a fairly credible witness to me. Except the part about, she pulled a gun and she racked it a lot of times and she really wanted to kill me. The rest of it, I believe. The thing I don't get is, why are you getting up saying this? And I don't get, Bradel, why didn't you ask every cop, why didn't you sweep the house for weapons? You were so afraid of the kitchen knives, but she had a gun presented right there in a gun case that she could easily access. Why didn't you sweep the house for weapons?
Use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, can you call your next witness?
Even walks boringly.
solemnly swear that the testimony of you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak directly into this thing. You can pull your chair out. The judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes. My name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mitchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzimons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Michelle Mitchens or something like that.
Mitchell.
Did
Mitchell.
she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
You, where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I did up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who is that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
You were there
Who is
twice?
Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzimons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Which is on the way home.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
A couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
Then why did you drive around to meet with
And
her?
you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house,
Yes.
and that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
That is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes.
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
Yes.
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
Yes, it's near there. Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes.
I don't get that. I was driving around to meet with her, but I was going to Hunter's house where everyone else
When
was.
you continue in open court, just to continue in open court, Mr. Brado, we were discussing, why don't you give me an update on the potential for a view?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We did get some kind assent from the folks that live there, and it's something that we can do. And I would say that, you know, in a bench trial situation, we're speaking directly to the fact finder, and we have moved for the view. In the final analysis, I rely on the court's discretion and Your Honor's discretion as to whether a view in the final kind of look at things is helpful to the fact finder. So that's our position on that, and we think that judge will be in a position to end the defense case probably by the end of the day tomorrow or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And as for
Did the state rest?
so would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay. And Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing. You take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure, no, take no
Okay.
position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it. And go there with an open mind, and
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence, like it is in a jury trial. You know, my observations. And the issue, I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers, just on the procedures that we'll use. As I told you at sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do. But I'm all for it. I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay. So let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment.
So, seems like they're going on a viewing tomorrow or after I heard it as he said tomorrow after the state's case, but he must have said before the state's case, so the defense case. Mo, do you know who's really, really bad for women?
Other women?
This Kika said, I was driving around looking for Kelsey. You were at the house with Justin where he was calling the popo to tell her how dangerous she was. I wish Bradel had asked how long was Justin there, again, related to the text messages. It wasn't good that there was no drinking and no swimming involved. But
I don't know. She didn't come off looking great. Again, you are there to be not pedantic, and the fact that you're going to be pedantic about need and meet when it turns out that both statements were actually said. So blanketly, you could have agreed, or if you were going to clarify, said, yes, she made two different statements. She needed Justin and she was meeting him.
Yeah, and because thank you. Yeah, that was because she was no. I heard needing. Yeah, but both statements you claim you heard.
Yeah, that's why it didn't make sense that she was like, "You're gonna need to clarify." And he's like, "Yes, I said meat." And she said, "Yes, well, they're different." And then it turned out both statements were said. I'm like, I just lost 3 minutes of my life, not Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, she needs to be Amanda Bynes.
To be
Don't-
fair, she looks better than current Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, those piercings in her cheeks are really disgusting.
It's the face tattoo for me, but
Oh, she got a
not
face
my
tattoo. I
daughter.
didn't see that.
Well, I think so. I don't know. I'm not
Not
good
my
with
sperm, not
faces
my
and
problem.
names. Pretty much.
But again, it's weird. You're her friend.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed, and
Let me just finish this thought. Mo, your best friend, you're going to her bridal shower. You know something kicked off at a Jack and Jill party. You know because you also talked to Hunter and he said, "Oh, Justin's over here." Would you drive to your friend's house and say, "Hey, are you okay? That was kind of crazy what happened." Even if it was her who kicked everything off, you need some help with the baby, you want to talk, or would you go to the place where your nut friend is with his skanky sister?
Well, I guess if I were told that, "Hey, we're really worried," because the way that all of the family seems to have played this was, "We're afraid for the baby." If I were told, regardless of whether my friend or her dumb ex's family started it, I'm going to by her house to check on the baby and my friend.
Yeah.
Mainly for the baby at that point, even if I believe that she's completely brought this, I wanna make sure that baby's okay. So I wouldn't go over to Hunter's house. No, I wouldn't wait for, what's his face to go to the court. If we are all terrified that she's going to hurt this baby, I'm going over there because I'm her friend and she's probably gonna be okay with me.
Yeah, and if she needs some help with the baby, I can help her. Better than current Amanda Bynes. That bar is a tripping hazard, Mo. Yes. That's yes. That girl annoyed me so much. I just made a donation to Kelsey. I can't stand meal girls. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, she was just, again, that's not the look. If you want people to believe that Kelsey was legitimately acting dangerous, you don't want to come off looking like a smarmy, smugly butt face.
No, and yeah. It's. Did you say meat or need? Did she say both things? Yeah. Well, go fuck yourself.
I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne, so let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the three groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzimons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house, And then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Ruane, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be, this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned, defense counsel, Ms. Fitzimons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. So I'd ask that the North Andover Police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it, but that the North Andover Police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time, let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Ruane know what the time that you want to go. And then what we'll do is if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded. Is that not live, but recorded? What? Yeah. It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded. So there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right. And we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay. That's time. Just let her, okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay. All right. Okay. That makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, Your Honor. Two or three witnesses.
All right. All right. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target and the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do is fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right.
You need to know what law you go by. She's charged with one simple count of attempted aggravated assault on a police officer. That's what?
I guess he's doing a full charging conference so that he's allowing them to argue which instructions get put in, which
you don't need instructions. It's a bench trial.
I know. I thought the bench trial meant that we didn't have to deal with this BS.
Yeah, let's do the Hakamashu Maru, whatever it is.
Kobayashi Maru? I was thinking Ferengi law.
I'm saying trial by combat.
I kind of like that too.
It's to prevent an appeal issue. Well, the law is the law. She's charged under one law. So they could just, both of them say, yeah, we agree. The law we charged with her, that's just the one we're going to use. No, let's give her a murder charge on top of it.
Don't give the Commonwealth any ideas.
Yeah, well, but that's the stupid thing. Again, damn Yanks. She's charged with one law. There's only one. They have to prove intent when she brandished the weapon. That's the law. They don't have to agree on that because that's the law. That's not like there is lesser included. No, she was brandishing a hand puppet. Oh, okay, then it's a different law. I know. We are a country made of lawyers, and everyone needs to have their say. Thanks.
Yes.
I'm a little underwhelmed by Bradel not asking why did you only ask her to. In any other case, would you have trusted someone who said the firearms are somewhere else?
Yeah, I almost feel like he feels like he doesn't need it. It feels like he's pulled back a lot on kind of how hard he was going to go or what subjects he was going to go into. I don't know if that's because they switched to a bench trial, but it does feel like he's pulled back a little bit on some of these. Again, maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it.
He got a little spicy with Noonan. I like that because Noonan was the big fish to fry, and I don't know how the judge is going to rate it, but oh my freaking God, there was so much contradicting evidence. Again, just when they get to the room tomorrow and they see it's 3.5 meters long or wide. This is 130.
So it's about
my room here is 2.5 meters across. So from the door to the wall in the other end, there's a meter more. A meter is this much. For those of you who don't understand real numbers. But she was how much is a foot? I think I have
a foot is. So I've been thinking of everything in yards since you mentioned that you think in meters because a yard is essentially 3 feet, which isn't the same as it sort of measures up to a meter-ish. So
that can't be right. That must be an inch.
Isn't it 2.5?
Yeah, that's 6 inches. How much is a foot?
Isn't it 2.5 centimeters for inches?
That's 12 inches. Yes, that's 12 inches. This is the distance he had from where the gun was pointing at his face, and he couldn't do anything. Okay. Then she backs off. And then goes 15 feet. I don't even know if there's 15 feet in this one. Nope. I only have 10 feet.
Dang.
10 feet is so she walks past my shelvings down there in a room that's 3 meters long. This room is more than 3 meters.
Yeah, wait, how does she get... Again, the room is essentially 12 foot squared. How does she get 15 feet away?
She went around and then she jumped to the other. She moved left. You forgot that she moved left.
She dipped, dodged, dived, ducked, dodged, right? Makes sense. Okay.
And again, she moved left. That's why you can't shoot her. It's really hard to hit a moving target. Let me just, again, present you where the initial action, what distance that had. You want to see a trick I can do?
That's quadruple the size he's ever seen. He's confused.
Want to see a trick? This is where the gun is. This is how long my arm is. Let's just see this thing. If I did this, I don't know how tall Noonan is, but this is my punching range, which is 1'9". So if she's within 3 feet of me, I take my 1'9" and I just do this, and then I hit her in the face.
She got the jump on you. She has the high ground. She is on top of
You
the
did
bed.
a burpee. You did the burpee. The burpee really. What the fuck happened? Yeah, after the first click, which was 1 foot from you, click, slap the shit out of it, and just punch her straight in the face. And then you get on her, roll her around. No, that's not proper police procedure. You let her backtrack, rack the weapon. No, tap the weapon, rack the weapon, rack the weapon, and get 15 feet of distance. Because everyone knows it's way more lethal to have a gun that just clicked in this distance instead of having it 15 feet away from you. I could probably headbutt her in this distance.
I mean, when are we going to learn that she was a wizard?
I'm a wizard, Harry. No, you're a wizard, Harry. 10 feet by 10 feet is a small room. Hypotenuse is about 14 feet corner to corner. Again, even if she went back all the way, let's say 10 feet back, and then took 2 steps to the left, it's not going to be 15 feet. She would be in the corner of the room.
Can we talk about the real evil that house, as small as it was $300K?
5.
Oh, hell no.
Wasn't it 550 she sold it for?
That's the real travesty here. What the heck?
Kurva.
Because I knew you guys said a number, and I was like, do what now?
Yeah, I was, 500 is what, I think she is 550. Yes, they did have a taser, but when someone waves a firearm, you shoot. I just under 17 feet corner to corner on the diagonal in the room.
Thank you, math guys. You know I don't do that.
Yeah, that's Massachusetts. Hey, Kelsey. It's just insane.
Yipes.
But
Well, I
that's
guess I'm not
another
moving
thing.
to New Hampshire.
He's a cop and he's a firefighter, and they can live in a $3 million house in Danish money. You can't do that in
That was
Denmark.
my question. I didn't understand how they could afford it because I didn't think police officers made that much and firefighters made that much, but maybe with the Quinn rule, but
I
it's
don't know.
Massachusetts.
Didn't they finish the updates to the home before selling? I have no idea. I have no idea. That's currently valued at $550,000. This house is $500,000. And you have to subtract. No, you have to add. Subtract roughly 5. So this is $100,000 house I live in, and that's probably roughly the same size as her house. It was a 3-room. I have 2 bedrooms and a common room and a kitchen and a bath. I don't have a cellar. That was insane. I'm in the DC suburbs. A 1,600 square feet house will go for $650,000. Why did you come in again, Mo? No need for that. Well, I'm going to put this one up and then I'm going to remove this one because
StreamYard's been kicking me. If I'm on for a really long time, it'll like kick me and then I have to come back in. But then there's 2 of me for a very short time.
Yeah.
I don't know what I've done to bother my computer.
I can't remember. It's something Road 125. I don't remember everything. Maybe her parents helped her out. She owned it on her own, did she not? She didn't own it. Well, she had a lease on it. So yeah, maybe they put down a down payment or something.
I mean, that
But
makes
still
sense.
paying off a $500,000 house. That's a lot of disposable income you need to have every month. And the funny thing is, if you could just get internet, that's the biggest problem in America right now, because you have all those small dying towns. You could just get internet into them. A lot of people could get a lot of cheap houses,
Yes,
but you
if we
just
could
don't
get
have the infrastructure.
if we could get fiber out in rural Indiana, that would be awesome.
And I know it's a way bigger country, but that's one of the things I look at, because you can look up when you search it on this housing site I'm looking at. There is can you get fiber, and you'll get, these people will deliver fiber, or there's no fiber. I already know it when I look at a house, and if there's no fiber in the area, I'm not looking at it. You can finance for 60 years in some places. Starlink is extremely expensive in Denmark. I don't even know if they really exist. But I pay 50-ish, yeah, roughly $50 a month for a 1,000 line. And if I would have the same with Starlink, if you can even get it, I'm not sure. You can get it in Copenhagen. I'm just going to put this in. Can I get it here? The max line is, that'll be $40 extra a month if I wanted to have Starlink, and it doesn't say how much. It just say max. So that's nowhere near what I have now.
Yeah, I don't understand why. I don't understand any of Starlink or how it works.
I think it's magic. I want to get that Starlink $5 a month backup plan. It's slow as heck, but fast enough to get basic work done. If you don't need it, but the problem is Mo and I need a secure, stable line, and that's why a lot of over-the-air products doesn't work. Bedroom in second floor was 13.3 by 14.7 and 11.3 and 12 by 10. And it must be the 11 by 3 times 12 by 10 that they were in, because the big room looked like it was for the kiddo. I run 2 gaming computers and stream and fast as hell. Well, it also has to be super stable, and that's the thing, because you can get 5G Wi-Fi systems as well, but they just have a really bad reputation.
Yeah, and I think my husband looked at it, but we're surrounded by trees and hills, so it was getting a clear line of sight that we were already having a problem with. But I mean, Elon, if you would like to give me Starlink to help a sister out, I would be willing to beta test it. And by that I mean Mr. Mo will put it together. Yes, court is over for today. They will
Yeah.
be coming back tomorrow, and the court will. So the judge and both sides will be going for a house viewing at some point tomorrow.
I
Tomorrow
love
or
that
Thursday.
I just did an internet speed test, and I'm in Hamburg, Germany. It'll only take me 3.5 hours to drive to Hamburg. But I have a 728 download and 188 upload. It was supposed to be 1,000, but uploads are always crap. When is defense expected to rest? They believe they get it tomorrow morning, is how I understood it. I don't think the state has a lot more witnesses, and I think Bradel said 3 witnesses. Did I hear him say that?
I believe he said 3, but I'll have to go back and listen
Yeah.
because sometimes watching chat, trying to take notes, and listening, I don't always do all 3 the best.
I can't do square feet. I'm looking. No, I'm not going to jinx it. But I was at a house and that's 1,130 square feet. But that's on one level, because there's a lot of wasted space with the slanted ceilings, and I don't like that her toilet was off the kitchen. Yes, Debbie, they are done for today. They ended early. They ended 20 minutes ago or something like that.
Yes.
Aber dann würdest es nur 3 oder 4 von uns das etwas versteht. Can I see the blueprints? No. Where? Can Baker convert to meters for the Europeans in chat? I do not understand feet and inches. Well, it was 11 by how much?
Wasn't it 11 by 14.3, I think?
11 feet
11.
is 3.3 meters. So roughly 3.5 meters on one. I think we got it the other day. It's 4 meters by 3.5 meters is the room it happened in. So not that much. Normally you'll say a normal pace is a meter. So it'll be 3 paces from the door to the wall.
So then do you buy houses by square meter instead of
Yeah,
square foot?
because we don't use retarded numbers. We use everything divided by
I
100.
assumed you wouldn't use it like American numbers, but it's such a strange concept for me because feet is
But it's
how
the
I've
same with
always
us,
learned.
because we sit here and say, the house I'm looking at is 105 square meters. And then if I translate it to American, it's 1,130 square feet. You're
So
thinking,
you just divide American houses by 3 and then you can know the meters.
yeah, 3.28 or something like that. But it's the same, a pound, an American pound is 2.2 kilos. A Danish pound is half a kilo. So when I go and work out, and I wanna, on good day, when you weigh yourself in kilos, and when you lift in pounds, because my 500 and something leg press is 1,100 pounds. 1,100 pounds sounds way heavier than 500 kilos. It's
Yeah.
half a ton that these
Unless you're
fat
trying
old
to
legs
lift
moved.
and you forget that it's kilos and not pounds. So you're like, why is this so heavy? And people are like, because your math is stupid.
But yeah, if you came to a gym in Denmark, you would say, where's the 45s? Well, that's 20s. So it's just different. In England, don't you pay in pounds? Yes, the British currency is pounds. That's how we. No, it's because if you weigh yourself in pounds, you're 2.2 units lighter than if you do it in pounds. But if you lift in pounds, you are 2.2 units stronger. It's gym bro math, and it works. No, because when I have to say I have a really shitty bench press, I think my top bench press is 20, so that's 45, 90, 135, and then 20 extra, so that's 170. I'll bench press 170. That sounds really good. In Danish, I'm bench pressing as 70 pounds. Sounds 70 kilos. Sounds way better. 170. Oh, the floor plan is here.
Well, I like that I feel like I'm skinnier when they weigh me in kilos, but then I'm trying to do math and roll and walk, and
Can't get it.
I do like stones for some reason.
I
But
don't
those are
understand
like
stones.
16.5 pounds or something, and I am confused. But you sound so light when they're like, "I'm only 8 stone," and you're like, "That sounds impressive."
Mm. I can't embiggen it anymore. But this is the room we're talking about. 11.3 by 12 by 10. And everything happened above this line, above this area. Because even though he said, I can't draw on this. Even though he said she moved to the left, there's a dresser here. She can't move to the left. There's a bed here. There's only a little sliding thing. So if she moved to the left, she would have walked into the bed when she walked backwards. So where's that moving to the left gonna go?
I think it's going to be good that he can see the house because I think the pictures, they do communicate that it's very small, but I think being there is going to give you a better idea of how much had to go on in such a small area.
Yeah. And again, everything looks okay. This is just a house, but you have to look at the. In Denmark, we have so you can kind of decorate the rooms. I would love to put a queen size bed in here and figure out how wide a queen size bed is 1 meter and 40 across. Well, this doesn't have meters on it, so that'll be. That'll be 4.5 feet. I can't really, but that would take up. That would take almost 1/3, a little more than 1/3 of the entire space here. And then you had a little side table on each side. You had the AC unit sticking out over here. You had a dresser here. You had a desk over here. You had the chair here, and then you had the shit in the corner. You only had this little avenue that she could back and to the left. Back and to the left. 2 people in chat got that one. In Denmark, you held on to some Old North sound that other modern Scandinavians don't have anymore. And good for the Danes. If you want the most original Old Nordic, you need to go to Iceland. Yeah, and the ceiling is sloping. So this, I wish I could draw on this one. This entire area has a ceiling going. You can't even go all the way out to the wall. Where did the 15 feet come from? Noonan said she moved back 15 feet. So she starts out here, 1 feet from his face, and then moves the entire way back and steps 3 feet down this way, if you want to go to 15 feet. I didn't want to be on the range with that guy because he couldn't tell shit from distance. And again, how in any way can he let the judge stand here in the door and have Noonan say, oh, it's hard to hit a moving target. He can only move in this avenue. Because there's a table taking up this place all the way up to the corner of the window. There's a bed that goes all the way across here. There's a chair here. There's the shit in the corner. There was only an avenue straight back and to the left.
Well, I'm wondering if that's why he decided to get the meta glasses. If they're not going to have body cams, is he going to start recording his own? Because that is a whole new can of worms that I think is going to be opening up soon.
Yeah. Because again, what the hell? But it just doesn't make any sense that this room, she has anywhere. Oh, she was moving from side to side. You put it center mass, because even though you move from side to side, most of your body will still stay in the same line, because it was probably a foot and a half across the space she could be in. It's, yeah. Did he make up the 15 feet on the stand? I don't recall it previously. Never ever mentioned before that she moved away 15 feet. He just said she backed up. No, he didn't even say that. She started to stand up. And then that's when I yelled, stop it, drop it, or whatever. Let me see. I did take a screenshot of it. Sometimes I do stuff. Screenshots. Not that one. Observe Fitzimons face towards him, lunge towards an area behind the door that's not there, and then reappear pointing a pew-pew directly at him. Noonan said Fitzimons pulled the trigger and he heard the firearm click, but no round was fired. Fitzimons then began to stand. Today she was already standing. As Noonan pulled his firearm out of its holster, Fitzimons began to rack the firearm to chamber around. Noonan gave several commands as drop the gun, don't do it. So he never stated that she moved back. Again, he's here. In his original statement, she's here. If you go by Daly's statement, she's somewhere here, because he finds her on the floor with her head here and her legs this way. Noonan claims she was behind the bed.
And honestly, behind the bed
Did I seize up or did Mo seize up? I think Mo was the one who left us again. Yeah, it's been a long day. Her internet is tired. So, standing, not standing, flying, it's the same. It's the same all over. Hey, Mo.
Hello. No.
One of you wave so I know which one is live.
Not a clue.
Those houses have no attic. No, there's no attic in this house. They will have those little rooms that goes under the roof. I think they have it in the other room they have, where you can pull it out and then stuff into the. We call it skunk in Denmark. I don't know what you call it in English. So I'm just. The more we watch, the more we hear, the more we do, the less sense it makes.
Yeah. I should have a pretty good idea on day 2 of a possible 3 to 4 day trial. You know, a really good idea of what the state is trying to tell me happened.
Well, and the only thing I got is the she said she pointed at my face. That officer, I'm bored with my own life, all of a sudden said that, oh yeah, he told me that. Yeah, that sounds a little I'm not sure. But what do I know? I'm not a smarty pants. But Mo, we'll be back tomorrow again.
Yes.
And if you didn't already do it, go over and show Mo some love, because Mo is gracious enough to spend her time with us instead of running around the house. Look down your inside of your shirt and spell addict. I don't get it. We call it crawl space. Yes, we call it skunk. Skunk is also stronger weed. Well, not weed, but the other thing you can smoke. Look at AC picture. Bullet goes straight in AC. Didn't it go in the side of it? I thought it went
Like
in
the
on the
outer
side.
casing. Well,
Yeah, but
like it was on.
the exit was, so it must have gone in and then flipped backwards.
At this point, I almost believe that you can, curve the bullet like that one movie.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I wish I saw some titties, but well,
Yes, I actually set up to redirect. I was a smart person, like for once.
then
Just
let's get
once.
the hell out of here before I get in more trouble. Jesus Christ.
Because Baker's like, let's go. Let's fuck. Like,